Testing, testing, 1 3 1 3, testing, testing, 1 3 1 3. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. How's everybody doing? What is going on? Hello, hello. All right. All right. All right. What is going on? All right. Who is not familiar? I don't have the hat. I have to apologize. I don't have the hat. The hat's I ordered it, but it's not going to arrive till sometime between the 25th to the 30th is what Amazon tells me. So I did my best, but yeah, early? Yeah. I mean, I can wear the hat for like one stream in the future or something like that, but I don't have the full ensemble. There's no hat. There's no hat. Yeah, what no manga does to my. This is a good thing to do during a break week, during a relatively slower period of One Piece, I would say. For those of you who don't know, here let me recap the history and how did we reach? Oh my god, how did we get to this point? How did we get to this point? Okay, so originally, so there's late points. I accumulate late points over the course of being late to streams. Every minute I'm late is a point. Over a period of time, I accumulated 150 late points. Viewers can cash out the late points that I've accumulated to deal out penalties to me. It's a way to incentivize me being on time. Okay? What people paid for was a video in defense of Wano. I put out a video talking about the weaknesses of each One Piece arc, and in the Wano section, I gave a brief defense of the arc. Some people felt that this was not sufficient, and so as a make good to smooth things over, I'm also going ahead and doing several other penalties to just even things out. Those penalties include a 5-hour stream, which we're doing right now, a Trafalgar Law cosplay, which we are doing right now, a waifu tier list, which we will do over the course of this stream, and a high Morj cast, which I will do maybe this next week. I'll advertise it a little bit more. I don't know if it'll be this week or next week. I'll decide shortly. Uh Go make one homemade. We have 5 hours. Sure, if you're fine with me being off stream for a bit. We need a refund, no hat. Hey, I want a refund. The hat didn't arrive in time. Wear a paper of law's face then if you don't have it. Ah, I look similar enough. I think it works. Tio says that was a fake out defense of Wano. That wasn't actually an honest defense. It was an honest defense. It was an honest defense. Hand to God. Those are my sincere thoughts. No hat, no cosplay. Law doesn't even wear the hat all the time. Hold on. Law doesn't even wear the hat. This is unfair. This is unfair. Here. Look at him. Hold on. Where's a good image of him without the hat? He usually wears the hat. I swear there's points where he doesn't wear the hat. I swear. I swear to God. Man, the only things I could find are fan arts of him not wearing the hat. When Trafalgar Law, you know what? Trafalgar Law, no hat. When I search up no hat, what shows up are oh no, here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go. Let me see which one of these is working. Hold on, testing. Okay, it's that. There we go. All right, that should be good. Yeah, I'm Punk Hazard Law. That's all I'm saying. I'm Punk Hazard Law. Iconic scene. Law versus Virgo, Punk Hazard Law. This is a valid interpretation of Trafalgar Law. Valid interpretation. To me, I think the only rules for cosplay, whether or not it's a valid cosplay, is if somebody saw you at like an anime convention wearing it, would they know who you are? If yes, then it passes. It checks it off, you know? Because otherwise you can just go down the whole roster. You can be like, well, the hat, what about the earrings? What about the sword? What about, I don't know, the pants or whatever, you know? I think that's the only criteria for the cosplay. Yeah. Wear a tattoo? See, exactly. It just becomes this slippery slope, you know? Like, yeah, I think that's... Fun fact. For several Halloweens in a row, I think from the time I was, what do you call? I think from the time I was 22... Yeah, I want to say 22 through 20... No. 22 or 23? I think from the time I was 23. Yeah, 23 is when I first figured out this cosplay. I think it's the best cosplay of all time. Okay? Or it's not a cosplay. Okay. From the time I was 23 through, I want to say 27. 23 through 27, I did the same Halloween costume. Okay? Which was a single orange tie. All right? It was a single or orange or red tie or whatever. Okay, a single tie. And I was Donkey Kong, and I think it's the best cosplay ever because I think it's like the smallest amount of clothing that you can wear that is technically still the complete costume. You know what I mean? So that was, I think, that was my genius move. I got a Donkey Kong tie off of Amazon. It just says DK, and then that's it. It's the complete costume. It's exactly what DK wears, only one article of clothing, and it's iconic. Like, it cannot be confused with anything else, right? Like, you go walking around with a DK tie, everyone knows you're DK, right? And it's the full outfit. Like, he doesn't wear anything else. I think it's the smartest costume anybody's ever come up with. I think it's the most efficient Halloween costume out there because you're still having fun. You're still participating in Halloween. You're being a character, right? You're Donkey Kong, but you don't have to do that much for it, you know? Alejandro Ramirez, thanks a lot. This punishment is too soft. You should also add Yamato to the continuation of the top 3 bullets of each Straw Hat. JK, haha, although... Oh, yeah, we do have to finish that. Okay, so let's talk what's happening in the stream. Let's talk what's happening in the stream. Let's get the stream lights up to 50 real quick. So, the things that... We've got the Law cosplay checked off. Checked off, I'd say, with flying stars, right? 10 out of 10. No notes. Could use a hat, but, you know, at that point, could use a hat, could use earrings, could use the sword. You know, you just go down to the whole thing. At the end of the day, am I recognizable? Of course. There's no other character in the fictional universe that wears this. In Trafalgar Law, there's nothing else to be done there, right? So I think that's checked off. Then beyond that, we'll do the waifu tier list. We got to finish out the Straw Hat's top 3 moments, so we got to do some of the other ones. And then we get to variety topics. So I could play some One Piece games. I could do some random topics and stuff. That's why I put Sopranos and NBA in the thumbnail. Not necessarily because you guys want to talk about them, but it's possible I want to talk about them. So yeah. You have to act like Law as well. I think my personality is similar enough to Law that it's fine. Like, you think Law is going to show up? Like, put it this way. Imagine if Law had to do cosplay. Do you think Law would probably go the same route that I did? You know? I would bet that Law doesn't like dressing up for Halloween either. I think if I told Trafalgar Law, like, hey, if you got to dress up for Halloween, here's a tip. Just do this tie and it checks it off. He would probably do that, you know? He might go a step further, not even do the tie. So I think I'm already doing that. I think that's checked off. Cop out cosplay? How? How is this? Again, I feel like cosplay, you should just be if you're recognizable, it's a good cosplay. Recognizable, it's a good cosplay. You have to act like Law when he got turned into a girl. I think he acted the same. I think he acted the same. Morj, you can never eat bread again. That would be rough because I actually really, really love bread. Like, I love anything baked goods, baked anything. I really love. And I love breads in general in terms of like, you know, breadsticks, bagels, like all of that stuff, you know? Like bread with olive oil, all of that. I'm a big bread person. Mr. MMF2, thanks for bringing Yonko to your for 44 months. Yo, Morj, we need new penalties. I suggest we add a pen where you have to react to the next chapter. I genuinely like your chapter reactions. Sure, we can do that. The problem with reacting to... No, you know what? I would consider that, doing a chapter reaction thing, but like, frankly, at this point, I read the spoilers, you know? I'm just, I do, because the YouTube sphere has reached a point where like, how to explain this? There was a time that I could not read spoilers and still get away with doing Tuesday videos on... We'll do some new penalties, so we'll pull that up first, okay? We'll do some new penalties. But the general One Piece YouTube sphere has kind of reached a point where there's so many creators, etc., right? And the meta of the One Piece YouTube has kept evolving, right? There was a time where I could not read any spoilers, right? I didn't used to read spoilers and then still do my script, get the video out on Tuesday, and all was good. Okay, there was a time that this was possible. This was also back when TCB used to get the chapter out on Thursdays and sometimes Wednesdays, especially with OP scans out. It might be Wednesday, it might be Thursday. So that was a different era. Now a few things have changed. Now, generally the chapter comes out maybe late Thursday night or Friday morning, okay? So that shrinks my time quite a bit that I have to write and record the chapter. And two, the videos are now much more highly edited than they were like 4 years back. If you go back and look at 2021 Morj videos compared to now, there's a lot more editing involved, a lot more images, a lot more visuals, right? And I'm responsible for picking out a lot of the images. So, like, two things happened in that. One, the amount of turnaround time between, like, the chapter actually coming out to the Tuesday video release, that shrunk. And then two, to kind of keep up with just generally YouTube creators' work, I guess, improving or production value improving, right? The editing and, like, the time spent on, like, just polishing the video visually, production-wise, has gone up. So now I can't, like, it's hard for me to, like, read the chapter, write a full script Friday, and then, like, even if over the weekend I was working and, you know, trying to get them images and image instructions and editing instructions and everything like that, the crunch time for the editor becomes, like, too tight. So basically the solution became I had to start reading the spoiler. It was like a slow drip. I never wanted to read spoilers, but like slowly, I think towards the tail end of Wano, I started getting into that habit on off. Then I stopped for a while. And then I think at some point over the course of Egghead, I want to say, yeah, at some point over the course of Egghead, it just sort of became a necessity to keep up that schedule. Yeah, but because of that, so because of the reading spoilers situation, I can't do an honest chapter reaction. I could do a chapter reaction, but it's like, you would know that I already know what's happening, you know? Yeah, reading spoilers is an L. I think even people who read spoilers don't feel... You said, like, as a spoiler reader, reading spoilers is an L. Yeah, like, I wish I could go back to not having to do that. Mitchum28, thanks for the 2. We're gonna get Hunter x Hunter videos on upcoming chapters. I might do one for fun. Maybe just like a simple chapter react. Like I might do a chapter reaction for something like that, just to see. Okay, so we're on the current penalty. And yeah, let's knock out. Okay, so we've already done law cosplay, successfully done. Some of these are off the list, right? So, I still have to do the Morj cast high, but I'm just clearing space, right? So clearing space. Let's do some new things. Collab with Jane Murphy. I'm just gonna take that off the list. It feels like kind of outdated. Yeah, okay, so these are the current options. I think we can add some new options, right? We can add some new fun options. Oh, also, so current plan for Morj's next watches / reads. I got 2 questions. There's 2 manga that I was looking at. Fuck, one has anyone read Galaxias? Galaxias. Has anyone read that one? Morj, when will you unlock hockey? I did. I locked observation hockey. I had future sight that the that the raid would fail, but then Oda changed the future. Everyone has the power. Even if I have the power to see the future, we all have the power to change it. Tom says power scaling stream with Brago and King. That stream is one of your funniest to date. Yeah, I could do that again. Yeah, okay, we can do that as a penalty, so I can throw that in the list. What's funny is that was before I even knew King. Now that I met King in real life, I think it'll be funnier. Because King, very, very nice dude. Also, because we all met up at Anime NYC, so King lives in, I don't want to say where, but like in the general, I don't know, I think it's public knowledge, right? Like generally in that area, right? So I needed to take the bus back. Fuck, I forget the name of the bus station. It's like a huge bus station. It's like a gigantic, it's like a bus terminal or something like that. I need to take the bus back, and I was running super duper late, as I do. And then King helped guide me, like, he exited the same time as me and helped basically, like, guide me through the fastest path there. So, we'll always appreciate that. But I would still yell at him about power scaling stuff, because we did actually end up arguing about that. It was like the last day at Anime NYC, so we were all sitting around this, like this rooftop bar type area. And just inevitably it led to I think we'd all managed to avoid generally like talking about like, you know, silly One Piece debates and stuff over the course of these couple days, because, you know, you're there, you're in person, you're like actually just trying to talk as people or whatever, right? But something or the other came up, and then it just devolves into like power scaling stuff, and everyone's yelling at everyone, and everyone's got different takes, etc. And then it gets into like a little bit of theories, I forget, as to like what's gonna happen next. It was very funny. It was just like, okay, so this is how we're spending our final evening. Anyway, Aether GM, you know what's funny? Shoot, I wish I could remember. I don't remember this exact interaction, but like, I think literally, I don't remember the exact interaction, but like, so we were all sitting around this rooftop area, right? And everybody's had like a couple drinks or whatever, and somebody or the other, it was a smaller creator, I don't remember who. I think it was somebody new who I just met. So they had we were all debating. I think maybe Zoro law stuff was coming up, or like it was some touchy topics, right? And then somebody started arguing to King almost verbatim an argument that I've made before. I don't even remember what the exact debate was, but I feel like it might have been related to the Kaido Scar situation. I might be misremembering, but it was something like that. And I remember King literally being like, "Those are Morj talking points." And I thought it was the funniest thing in the world. I don't know. I got a kick out of that. I was like, we're all here in real life, and like the same stuff from like streams and videos and stuff that gets spread around on Twitter has now resurfaced here, and it's being called out. It's like, whoa, whoa, those are Morj talking points. I was like, that's not a rebuttal. That's just saying those are Morj talking points. Anyway, Aether, thanks for the Pirate King tier member for 39 months, man. Check out Usogui, a low-key banger manga with gambling and plenty of action. Madarame Baku has quickly become one of the most interesting protagonists I've seen so far. Sure, let me put that. Let me see. Hold on. Because there's a couple. Oh, the other one. There's something called the Bugle Call Song of War that seems kind of new. Anybody heard of that? The Bugle Call Song of War. Let me check out Usogui. I'm currently at a place where I don't want to start what do you call? I know that the next one that I'm supposed to get into is supposed to be Kingdom, right? But Kingdom, I just know it's really long. So it's I feel stupid because I'm like obviously a One Piece content creator, so it's like, who are you to complain about a series being too long, right? Here, I'll add Usogui. When did it? Oh, it's a finished manga. It's a finished manga. Oh, that's awesome. How come I haven't heard of this? This looks good. I've never heard of this. And now I'm looking at it on My Anime List. It's got a very high rating. I know My Anime List isn't the best. You can't trust My Anime List's like ratings and stuff like that for every. Like they got Fire Punch at like a 7 something or something like that. But I think what I would say is this. I would say like with My Anime List, in my experience, usually if a series is like rated really high, it probably is at least good, right? Maybe it's not like a high rating usually indicates that it is probably good, but a low rating doesn't indicate that it's actually bad. It might just not be catered to everyone's tastes, right? Or it might be like a little bit more artsy or out there. Like a low rating might mean that it's bad, but you never know why a series is getting a low rating, you know? Isn't it getting an anime? I think that's why it started popping up on my social stuff a little bit. Tom Tom says, if you do Usogui before Kaiji, I'm offing myself. Okay. Kaiji, I just don't know about the art style, man, but I'll see. Okay. I know I've got, it's supposed to be Kingdom and Vagabond, but it's just, it seems like it's long. It's long and it's a big time commitment. You know what I just started? Better Call Saul. Better Call Saul. Give 20th Century's Boys a shot. It's concluded. I've heard that the ending is not. People don't love the ending. And for me, if a series doesn't have a good ending, I almost never want to start it. One Piece, One Life. Thanks for the 5. Yo, Morj, another thing to consider with Loki's strength on top of the nerf is that relative to One Piece Primes, he isn't prime age yet. 100 to 120 for Giants. I'm not going to take that into account too much just because, like, the Straw Hats are not, like, they're not generally written to be at the age that most characters get to their quote-unquote primes, right? Like, most characters in One Piece from previous generations, they hit their primes in their late 30s or 40s, right? But for the sake of the plot, you can kind of assume that whatever we end up seeing the Straw Hats reach is in story is going to be their prime. So it is kind of fast-tracking them. So I'm going to apply the same logic to Loki. Thomas Davis 1340, thanks for being a Yonko tier member for 3 years now. Thanks so much, man. Holy shit. Morj, Sanji's best moment is, I want to go back to the Sunny, and you didn't even bring it up last stream. Time to revoke your Sanji fan card. I didn't bring it up, but I don't think that's like Sanji's best moment. I feel like the fight scene is more moving. I personally feel like Luffy and Sanji's reconciliation, while good, is not like, it's like kind of what you expect. Like it's solid. It's what you expect. Yeah, I just don't have as much like if I think like, because if we think back to all of the moments that, because Oda's done this plot a few times now, right? Of Straw Hat leaves the crew for XY reason, and then events happen, and then they like want to come back, right? So between Nami, Robin, Usopp, and Sanji, right? If we just go down the list with the moments that those happened, well, Nami and Robin's moment are like two of the most iconic moments in the series. Nami's was "Help Me," right? Which is, not officially her being like, "I'm coming back to the crew," right? But it is essentially her turning around and being like, "I'm done pushing you away. I'm actually I'm actually now wanting your aid and assistance," and she stops pushing, keeping Luffy out, and basically that's like the moment that she's not officially part of the crew right then, but it's implicit, right? Like after Luffy beats up Arlong, he's like, "Nami, you're my Nakama," and she's like, "Yeah, of course." But that wasn't the moment that she decided she's joining up with Luffy again. It like "Help Me" was the moment that she basically gave in to that concept and was like, "I don't want this. Like, what I actually want is, I do want the assistance of the Straw Hats. I'm gonna stop pushing them away, etc." She agrees to be part of that fold in a sense, right? Mentally, right? So "Help Me" is there. That's the big reconciliation moment between Luffy and Nami, right? Well, like, let's just count reconciliation moments, right? Luffy and Nami's reconciliation moment, "Help Me," iconic, right? "I Want to Live," maybe the arguably the best moment in One Piece, depending on what angle, like what you value, where you come from, but easily like one of the top few most iconic moments in the series, right? So "I Want to Live," "Help Me," "I Want to Live," right? Two really, really powerful reconciliation moments. And then Usopp's reconciliation with Luffy and the Straw Hats, like that was a really, really dramatic scene. That whole apology scene, they're sailing away from Water 7, Luffy extending the hand, yada yada. You could argue that that's the reconciliation scene, but I would argue you could even go further back and say that like "It Ain't Like It's Hell Here" was the moment that Usopp kind of like really came back to the Straw Hats in a sense, right? Like Usopp taking off the mask, being like, "I'm your friend," like "I'm your friend, I'm here, you're my friend." Like that was the moment that Usopp wanted to be back with the Straw Hats. The apology was when Luffy let him come back to the Straw Hats, but from that moment on, Usopp was kind of like he mended the bridge with Luffy in his mind right there, right? So you stack up those scenes, and it's like Sanji's scene is kind of, you know, it's not bad. It's just like a far cry from Oda's like masterclass moments. Like the other scenes were really, really, really dramatic, right? Sanji's scene was kind of like, it felt like checking off a box. Like Oda checked off the box well, but I wouldn't even put it in like one of the top 5-10 moments in Whole Cake Island, you know? Um, Moko's, thanks for the two. Hello, Morj. You should read Chojin X. It's goated. Isn't Chojin X? Am I wrong, or is that the one that's written by Kishimoto? Oh, by Tokyo Ghoul. Okay, I got that mixed up. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. What's Chojin X about? What is a Chojin? What is Chojin? What is this? Let me see. Hold on, hold on. I don't know. Tokyo Ghoul. I never tried the manga. I tried the anime, and I thought the anime was solid, but then I fell off. I also heard that the anime, um, what do you call? I also heard that the anime. How do I say this? I also heard that the anime like went off the rails later on because it stopped following the manga or something like that. So I don't know. Empty Mind, thanks for being a Pirate King to your member for 11 months. Garp is part of a broken system that he's trying to fix and knows it's going to fall once Dragon succeeds. So he's training those to pick up the pieces when it eventually goes down. I mean, that's my defense of him. That's my defense of him. I do feel like it would be better if Oda gave us a little bit more insight into what Garp's actually thinking with everything. But Oda kind of plays it kind of vague, so you do kind of have to fill in the gaps. And that's where you can argue, like, is this definitely what Oda's going for, or is this just, like, us headcanoning defense? I would lean towards, like, it is clear that Garp is, one, against the way that the system is right now, two, doesn't play by the rules of the system ever himself, and then three, he is taking the new generation under his wing and kind of growing them to have at least the right values and setting up the Marines to be better in the future, right? So those are three things that are all true. Is that in line with Garp's own train of thought? Like, it's all intentional? Who's to say? Orcio Eliot thanks the two. Nice fit nerd, now go rank anime women. It's a sad day. This feels fitting though, right? This is just like the outfit that makes sense to do this. Imagine I was wearing the hat too. Thomas Davis, thanks for the 5. I don't know, man. Japan voted that Sanji moment as a top 10 moment in the series. People really love it. My personal favorite moment in the manga too. Look, Japan. I'm never gonna go by Japan's voting, because if you look at how Japan votes other things, it's actually kind of fucking insane. Have you seen their favorite character rankings? Like, I don't know about Japan's tastes necessarily, you know? I think there's also some level of, like, when was the poll done? Because if it was done shortly after Whole Cake, then, you know, it is what it is. People really love it, sure, but would you say, like, again, if I were to stack up these 4 scenes, Help Me, I Want to Live, It Ain't Like It's Hell Here, and I Want to Go Back to the Sunny, like, I just don't think it's like, I think there's one clear odd man out among those 4. Not that it's like a bad scene, and like, it's your personal favorite moment in the manga, so I'm not trying to, I guess I'm not trying to dissuade you from that. I guess I'm saying in terms of like, what do I believe would have won the vote overall when we were doing it? I don't know if that one would have won the vote necessarily. We had Sanji's fight with Luffy, which I personally found, like, for me, that's personally a more dramatic scene for Luffy and Sanji in general in the Whole Cake arc. Yeah, that's not to say that your personal favorite moment is wrong or anything. I'm just saying that, like, I feel like if people were rattling off their favorite One Piece scenes, I think that scene probably, you know, if we exclude Japan, which is his own little world or whatever, right? Just in terms of the people of the West, the people of chat, I don't hardly ever see I Want to Go Back to the Sunny put alongside a lot of One Piece's other greatest moments. I do see the fight between Luffy and Sanji pretty frequently. Empty Mind, thanks for the 2. Without spoilers, thoughts on new Berserk chapter? I mean, like, yeah, Uta is top 10 in Japan. So, like, does that make Uta a top 10 character? I don't think so. The new Berserk chapter, I mean, I'm just checked out. Like, I'm just checked out of the series to some degree. Like, this came out before, but I didn't read the previous chapters, right? So I'm lacking context of what led up to this moment. The concept is cool. I guess it makes sense. The concept is cool. I think the concept is cool. I think it comes down to personal preference to some degree. I think I'm just never going to personally like stories where it's like the specific circumstance of like it's not like Guts is destined to do anything, right? That's not really what that is, or I'd have to go reread the chapter, but it's like, okay, because of your unique circumstances at birth, I guess does anyone care about I don't care about spoiling people on Berserk here, because the series essentially ended the moment Miura passed away, and what we're seeing now is like a faint, vague shadow of an outline of what he might have had in mind coming out, so I don't really care about spoiling people on Berserk, right? It's not technically destiny, I guess. Like, he's not destined to defeat Griffith, so that's fine. But it's like, well, you were born in a specific manner that makes it so that you are naturally just equipped to be able to take on this god, right? So, to me, I just personally don't really care. It's a personal preference thing. I just personally don't really care for those sort of things because I generally prefer stories where it's like it just is your own unique, how do I say, right? Like it's not something about your circumstance that allows you to be special or whatever, but like, like I enjoyed Guts as a character who really is like a nothing in the grand scheme of things, but just through sheer willpower and drive and relentlessness, he's able to push and do things that should be impossible. So I prefer that rather than, okay, he's going to be able to do the impossible because he happened to be born in this specific manner. That's a personal preference, and I feel like I might be oversimplifying it as well. I'm sure there's plenty of defenses, but you're asking me. I'm not like up to date on Berserk. I haven't put a lot of thought into it because I don't care about the series that much. So at this point, so that's just my first take, first instinct. I think generally anime and manga like all sort of gravitate towards, to some degree or another, the main character is special for some reason or another, but just like inherently so. Like they're born in a special way, or they've got some special hidden power or something like that. I think I'm just always gonna lean towards like, you know, like uh I like a character like Zoro's story until I found out he's Ryuma's descendant, which to me again that changes things to some degree a bit. But I like someone like Zoro's story where initially it does not seem like it's just a kid from East Blue, strong will, wants to become the world's strongest swordsman or whatever, and then he has the drive to do so, and he keeps climbing up through his own ambition and will. Right? That's my preference for character story type. That's just my preference. Um, and you can split hairs over like, well, how much does it change things that Ryuma happened to be his great 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 grandfather or whatever? It's like, no, it doesn't. I don't know. I'm sure the bloodline gets diluted a lot over the course of those years, but it just feels like, it's like, to me it's just like a why. Like, why even do it? Like, why not just let it feel like this is a person who, it's an anybody, like a nobody. I just prefer that. That's a personal preference thing. Yes, struggles and effort combined with destiny. I kind of just would prefer no destiny. Like I'd rather just take that off the list, personally. Like I just don't get why anime and manga feel the need to do that, cuz I don't think I ever feel like it enhances the story. You know what I mean? Like, why does the story become better when we find out that the main character has some sort of special luck or destiny on their side versus just it being generally their own, you know, personal capability, I think I'll just never understand that. Like, why is it meant to improve the story? I don't know. The small fish in a big pond aspect of East Blue made One Piece so interesting to me. Yeah, and it's just like Mihawk discovering, this random kid in East Blue, and he's impressed by him because like he just, it's like, you're a random nobody, you're a frog in a well, you're nothing, right? Like, oh my god, the thing that impressed me about you is your conviction, etc., etc. If Mihawk was looking at this encounter like, oh my god, I'm faced with the the genetic reincarnation of the greatest swordsman of all time, then it fundamentally changes the scene to some degree. I don't know. That's why Goku is the GOAT? No, because Goku's was BS also. Goku's was fucking BS also. Goku became the world's strongest fighter because he's from a super powerful race. Literally, like, he became the world, like, all of Dragon Ball is, oh my god, like, it's not even fair that he was participating in those Tenkachi Budokais. Like, fucking poor Tien out there trying to compete with a warrior race, like an alien warrior god race out there, right? Like, Piccolo's the fucking underdog in the final fight of Dragon Ball now because he's fighting against a fucking Saiyan. I don't get, what's the logic for Goku. Ignorant Weed, thanks for being a Pirate King tier member for 30 months, man. This is historic stream, so I want to know, how do you feel about your streams through the years? Did a lot change? Did you ever miss chat from the older days? Any favorite moments? Okay, so that's a great question. Great question. Streams through the years, I would say this. If you go back and look at my absolute earliest streams, so my absolute earliest streams, I was a lot more stiff and sort of, not stiff, but like a lot more, I guess, professional attitude or something like that. Because at that point in time, if you remember my earliest videos and my general persona in the first couple years was like, I only put out either heavy analysis videos or very like detailed theories. So it was all very like, and this was also at a time where there weren't really other One Piece content creators doing that sort of thing, right? So it was a lot more like reaction or review based content creators, right? So I just popped up in this little niche of like, oh, consistent, serious analytical content, etc. So those were my videos, and that's how people generally knew me. And so then when I started streams initially, I felt like I needed to maintain that sort of, I don't want to say persona, because that is also me, but I'm not like that all the time, 24/7 in real life. Like I'm not walking around in real life like giving a literary analysis of like, this coffee shop's menu or something like that, right? Like in real life, I'm just a normal person, generally speaking. And I like, I like joking. I like saying inflammatory or controversial things. I like having fun. So slowly, as I think you'll see over the COVID year, as I started streaming, I became more and more comfortable. I would say the oof stream was like a watershed moment where I feel like from that stream on, I feel like I really felt very, like I was already feeling comfortable with the streams, but from that stream on, I was just like, it feels really fun to just like let go and just be really silly and goofy with viewers. My version of silly and goofy, right? I'm not gonna go out and do a Bollywood dance or something, so I'm still pretty stiff relative to a lot of people. But in terms of leading into just like, this is supposed to be fun, I can relax, have fun. I think I was worried that if my persona from what people experience in the videos does not perfectly match what it is in streams, then people will feel like there's a disconnect, and there'll be a mass exodus of viewers or something like that. Or, I don't know what I thought. But in reality, like, those are two different things, right? And a lot of people can enjoy the videos, but then also come on stream and see the more laid back side of me, I guess you could say, even if that does involve a lot of ranting and and anger, right? But at the end of the day, like, it's a different vibe than what you see in videos, right? So I think the oof stream helped. That's like a watershed moment for sure. A bit of a milestone. Do I miss chat from older days? That's the crazy thing, which is like, there are so many, like, I would have to kind of go back through and think, like, because there's always regulars in streams, right? Like, a lot of people right now are obviously people who I recognize. A lot of people have been regulars for long periods of time. A lot of you guys are newer regulars, but are really been like a lot of the lifeblood of the stream in recent times, right? And like, I can think back to like a few years back. If I were to go back through the, like, watch through streams back then, I'd be like, oh my god, this person and this person, this person, like the roster of like a lot of the regulars back then shifted, but there's always different people who are like, there's different eras of the people that really are very active, like nowadays, obviously we've got like some people like Phantom Greyfire, Ignorant Weed, like some people have been here a long time, forever. Tom, I'd say you're somewhat an OG. Newer people like Ender Ayanami, of course. I could go down the list. And then there's newer people, Henchme, obviously. Gobble these nuts. Put on the hat. I don't have the hat. Gobble these nuts. And then there's newer people like Taptio's become very active recently. Akash Panda came back for the first time. Like, I'd say I think last stream. I think I heard from Akash for the first time for a long time, but he used to be like very very active. But then like whoever like the active base is always kind of like slowly changing over time, and then people come back depending on how exciting One Piece is at different windows. Um, but I don't necessarily miss chat from older days. It just evolves over time, and like the memes and jokes like change over time. You know. Um, Tom says, Morj, I've been here since Sunday streams. I am an OG. That's true. I feel like you've been more active late. Maybe that's just because you shifted towards like uh really like offering to help with the tier list and everything like that. So that's true. You have always been very active. But I think in my mind, like your presence became bigger in my mind since like, you know, like now like sometimes I'll, like on Twitter or whatever will DM about like, hey, this stream topic, that stream topic. So it's not my bad, Tom, but just like mentally, I'm thinking like the role people have played in different streams and stuff. Chris Morales, yeah, long time name. Damian Wright, long time name, yeah. Any favorite moments? I think that'd be fun to kind of go down through memory lane. Okay, we got to move the stream along because like there's so much that we got to get through, and there's so much time that I think I'm slacking a little bit. So I do want to put up some other late penalties in here first, and then we can move on to maybe the waifu tier list. We got to finish up the Straw Hat's top 3 moments, and then keep going. Favorite moments? I think there's a lot. Like, honestly, Morj Unleashed, that era was really, really good because, like, a stream could happen, and then, like, I know all those moments are going to be preserved forever in the Morj Unleashed format, which was just a fun thing to be aware of. So going through Morj Unleashed would be a fun way to remember a lot of those things, but, like, like, a lot of the most fun moments are, like, random stories or like ways that chat reacts and stuff like that. It's hard to explain. I'd say Oof is still like the all-time greatest moment just because it's not even that big of a deal in the grand scheme of things. Like, I think there's funnier things and bigger things that have happened since then. But Oof was just like the first time that, you know what it was? I think Oof was the first time that chat essentially like all rebelled against me, and that set the tone for the future of these streams forever. Lots of times I feel like it's me versus you guys to some degree because that's what's funnier. Yeah, chat all rebelled against me to like make fun of me, and I thought that was really funny, and that set the tone for a lot of the future of the stream. So I think that probably still goes down as my favorite stream moment, just because I think it was very formative, if that makes sense. I think there have been lots of funnier stream moments that have happened since then, but that's just like memorable because it happened first. It's kind of like Jordan dunking from like the free throw line or something like that, or the switch hands thing. Like, people do like all sorts of stuff like that has happened since then, but it's memorable when it first happens. Sun God Hema, thanks for joining the Yonko tier. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Not that big of a deal. You killed an innocent person, says Top. You're right. I don't want to underplay it. My bad. The birth of dictator Morj, says Ender Anami. Exactly. But it's like as though I was a dictator with minimal control over the populace. Does that make sense? It's like if I was Adolf Hitler but without the Nazis, So I'm just trying to tell everybody that, hey, Germany should be like this, and then all the Germans are like, we don't want it to be like this. I'm like, but damn it, I wish I had some Nazi. That's what it is. Morgan time was a clout, yeah. How's the shoulder, says Tom? Morbius stream. Oh, the Morbius stream. Yeah, Morj Unleashed has a lot of gold. We can check out some Morj Unleashed after this. Morj Unleashed was a good way to just like remember a lot of the jokes, because like since Morj Unleashed closed down, streams have still had like a ton of running bits, and crazy stuff still happens, but now they're not preserved forever. Joseph eBay, thanks for being a Pirate King tier member for 20 months. Yo, Morj, I hope you've been well. Do you listen to any anime OP/OST outside of watching the show itself? If so, what are your favorites? A lot of mine are Naruto-based. Also, authentic DK costume is wild. The DK costume is a good idea, sincerely. If you're someone who wants to show up to a Halloween party, but don't want to put in that much effort, but you want a great costume that's immediately recognizable, just buy a DK tie off of Amazon. It's very easy. There's ties that literally say DK on them, and they look exactly like DK's tie. It's the best Halloween costume of all time. Do I listen to any anime OP/OST outside of watching the show itself? I generally don't. I'll tell you the ones that I do, okay? The main ones that I do, who wants to guess? Like, it's when I'm in a very specific mood. Very, very specific mood. It's from one particular anime. Who wants to guess? Missed membership messages, says Ender? My bad. Oh, Ender, a monthly reminder to play Lies of P/become bald Morj as compensation for no 100% accurate law cosplay, and more includes Bollywood dance, BTW, jock sniffer, Lemorge inbound when NBA talk starts. We'll save NBA talk for towards the end of the stream. I think as the stream goes further and further, we'll get further away from One Piece topics, okay? Play Lies of P. Man, I really want to play video games again. I'm telling you, like, I've been working on this marketing agency for law firms, and it's doing, like, we closed another client yesterday morning. So it's at a certain stage where it's taking up a shit ton of my time. I'm creating content and stuff for that as well. That's actually doing surprisingly well. Yeah, like, it's like, time-wise, I'm like super duper strapped. So I want to play video games soon. I feel like there's a window coming soon. I would just remind everyone who's upset about the 100% accurate law cosplay. First of all, let me show you guys the receipts, okay? I've purchased the hat. The hat's just not arriving. It's not arriving in time. Here, I don't want to show my name or anything like that, but here, hold on. Look, I ordered the hat. All good, like, in good faith, I did my best. I ordered the hat. It's $16. It's not arriving till June 25th to June 30th. And that's unfortunately the case, all right? So I can't do anything about the hat, and I would remind everybody that this stream as is already me throwing in like 10 different late penalties for free because people were upset about the Wano in defense video, right? In defense of Wano video, right? So you guys are already playing with house money here. I feel like there's only so much room for complaining at this point. Yeah, who wants to guess the anime? Probably Bleach? Yes, it is Bleach. Because Bleach music, like, it's just, so the thing is, I don't listen to Bleach soundtracks frequently enough. It's very rare that I actually, like, just play music loudly and in our house, or like walk around with headphones in, just like listening to get in a mood or whatever. Like, I don't even listen to music when I go to the gym. I kind of just like clear head, if that makes sense. So it's not frequent that I'm listening to anime soundtracks or whatever, but sometimes if I'm in a certain mood and I want to be pumped up, then Bleach, and I specifically want to listen to something, like, sometimes there's just an itch that Bleach music scratches. So I can't, like, I listen to number one. I can't even tell you the other tracks that I listen to. It's just like, I usually need to sift through, because I always forget which ones I like. But there's like 3 Bleach tracks that I like generally enjoy. One is number one. I think Invasion, yeah. And then is it like Betrayal or something? I forget. There's a few Bleach tracks. One Piece tracks I enjoy. It's rare that I sit down to listen to them. I still like One Piece's OST. I like the music. I think part of it is that with One Piece, I think with Bleach tracks, there's a lot more variation over the course of the songs. Does that make sense? Whereas One Piece songs, they feel like good, like great background music, but not necessarily a song that I'd sit down and listen to. And then occasionally I'll listen to Naruto's Orochimaru theme. Couple songs that are video game related that I listen to. I listen to the Ludwig theme from Bloodborne. That's like such a fucking good song. Ludwig theme from Bloodborne. What is the other one? The final battle with Gale. I also listen to the music from that sometimes. There's one other anime that I listen to quite a bit. Power Vision says Tornado, haha, I helped Morj with his first cosplay. This was fun. This was also at Anime. I was sharing some stories of Anime NYC just a little bit ago. Are you going to Anime Expo, by the way? I'm just curious. I don't think I'm going unless something like really breaks like schedule-wise for me. But you know, if something magically opens up, then I might swing by for like a day or something like that just to hang with people, but not necessarily go to the expo unless someone can get me in for free. But what was I saying? Yeah, so at Anime NYC, the one day that I actually went to the con, I didn't have any cosplay, but I think almost everybody else in our group was going in cosplay. And Parvision was you went as Dragon, I remember. You went as Dragon, and your son went as Luffy, from what I remember. I might be misremembering, but that's what I remember. Was it Luffy? I think your son went as Luffy, right? You went as Dragon, your son went as Luffy, and you were like, Morj, you got it. Like, I got a jacket for you. I got a jacket for you. I got a jacket for you. You need to wear this jacket. And that was at first I was like, I don't want to do cosplay or anything like that. That's just not me. But Par was persistent. And then when we were at the con, he like pulls out this really nice Roger cosplay jacket, and then I put it on. I think a little bit like, I don't know. But then once I had it on, I was like, oh, I feel good. I feel pretty. I see why people do this. Like, I feel pretty cool walking around in this Roger jacket. I like the Roger jacket quite a bit. And then I think I took it off just because it felt heavy after a little bit. And then somebody else, I don't know his name, he just took it and then he had it for, I think, the rest of the day. But that was really nice of you. I really appreciate that. And that was, I think, that was straight up. That was my first time at a convention cosplaying. This would be the second time ever. If we're not counting Halloween, yeah. Parsa, yeah, I'm not going to Anime Expo. I heard big things are happening, though. That's a shame, man. But, I mean, I'm most likely not going either. I have no plans at the moment, unless, like, yeah, something changes randomly and I've got a little window. What does Mrs. Morj think about law and the cosplay? She doesn't know. She asked me who. She's still hard stuck at Skypiea, and she has not picked it up since. She has not picked it up since. She asked. She's still curious about other stuff. So she at some point she will progress, but like it's a grind. Right now the show that's being watched is Love Island. So there's some time before we're getting back to One Piece, okay? So she was curious, like, who's this character? I just said, Trafalgar Law, you don't know him. I said, it's a character that I am known to hate, which is why chat made me dress up as him, right? So that was the logic behind that. And as for the outfit, I don't think she had any sort of main thoughts. She was just like, okay, this is what it is. I'll ask her about it later, because she saw me wear it for the first time, like, literally 5 minutes before stream started, and, yeah, I think she'll get a better look at it later. Get her on One Piece? I don't know. Like, the thing is, I think One Piece sounds like a really good idea, but I've only ever watched 1 or 2 episodes on One Piece just to try it out, so I'm a little worried about what the actual experience is like, because I know there's some One Piece haters who say that they butcher the whole thing. Some people say that it's perfect. I don't know. My girl tapped into Love Island too. No, I like Love Island. Love Island is a great show. I thought it was like, I never used to watch reality TV shows before, but once you start watching one, like, all it takes is, like, peeking over the shoulder and be like, what are you watching? This is dumb, yada, yada. And then, like, 2 days later, you're, like, peeking over, you're like, wait a sec, what? Like, wasn't that dude with her before? But now, like, they hate each other, and now she's, like, with that dude? Like, holy shit, wait, what? And weren't those two friends, and now they're, like, trying to kill each other? And then it's like, okay, what the fuck? And then 2 more days progress, and it's like, what? Now they're back together? And then you see, like, a little later, you're like, oh my god, now they're all in tears? And then after a little bit, you just can't help but get a little bit interested. So we now watch the Love Island UK version. I don't watch the USA version. She just watches that. We both watch the Love Island UK. No spoilers, because the UK season is like, we're a few episodes behind right now. But it's like, it is genuinely so enjoyable to watch. Like, how do I put this? Love Island as a concept is basically, it's so genius. It's like, what if you take like, the world's most psychopathic men and the world's dumbest women, and then just put them all together in one resort for like 3 months and told them they have to like regularly couple up with each other. And then you see what happens. It is absolutely like disgustingly toxic human behavior day after day. It's awesome. And it's cool because like you'll see people at first and be like, oh, this person seems normal. This person seems normal. Look, they have like a nice normal whatever relationship or whatever. And then 2 days later, like, one person's in tears, the other person's like going around hooking up with everybody else on the villa to get back at them, etc. It's just like, it's crazy shit. It's like actually psychopathic shit, the stuff that they do. And the good thing about Love Island is that it's almost all dramatic stuff. So there's very little time spent on actually like having to listen to them form a couple or relationship or whatever. They cut all of that, like, that stuff. There's another show called Love is Blind. We tried that. I didn't enjoy that as much. She did, but I didn't enjoy that as much because it focuses more on like their actual conversations, etc. Love Island will just cut between the couples, and it's like, oh, this couple's like actually talking about like real stuff. It doesn't show them. It cuts to the couple where there's like actual like crazy manipulative toxic shit going on. MILF Manor. What the hell is that? Taptio, thanks for the 2-man. Wano analysis still isn't come unless One Piece ends. No. Wano analysis will come earlier. Don't worry. What's MILF Manor? Sounds like illegal human experimentation. The fucked thing about Love Island is that the winners only get $50,000. And you might be saying, Morj, that's a lot of money. Like, that's good. One, they split it. So the couple has to split it. So 25K, 25K. But you're like, Morj, that's still a good amount of money. The thing is, it takes place over the course of several months, right? So now you're splitting it again over 3 months, right? Only 2 people win it, okay? And it is 1000% not worth the psychological trauma, okay? Like, it's good pay. Like, if you imagine, like, okay, we did 3 months of work, essentially, and got $25,000. Yeah, that sounds really, really good. But when you account for the psychological, like, these people are in the resort themselves, like, in the villa themselves, they are torturing each other. Like, days are hell. Like, we saw last season of the UK version, by like month 2, like some of the girls were having like genuine nervous breakdowns on screen. There were talks about them trying to leave the show. There were like mental health concerns and stuff like that. It was brutal, and it felt actually like really hard to watch at points, okay? And that was just by month 2. None of that is to account for the absolute reaming that they're getting on social media that they're going to find out about once they leave the island, because that's when they're allowed to access social media again. Because, like, people will go through hell in this, like, bubble of torture with, like just human psychological drama torture. Like, it's so painful. They don't have access to TV, to internet, whatever. They just have to spend all day around very attractive people who are also toxic and manipulative and evil as hell, right? And they have to do that for months, right? Go through the absolute ringer, right? And At best, you might get $25,000 out of it, which is good, but it's not like life-changing money, right? And you had to go through hell for that, and then you exit and you find out all the like the whole world of social media is like absolutely destroying you, and that's if you win. The other 95% of people on the show don't win, and they just get everybody on social media bullying them, etc., nonstop for nothing. It's kind of crazy. Yeah, it's like fine money. Like it's like good money, right? Like it's not like, it's definitely better than most people are paid on average, but it's nowhere near worth what they're going through. And then psychologically what they're like, the experience on its own kind of sucks. And then you add the social media component. I don't know. The Krigeron says, man, they get rich off the Instagram career after they're fine. The thing is that they really, like, some do, but a lot of them don't. So, like, does that make sense? Like, it's kind of hit or miss. Because I did look into that to some degree, but it's like, most of them aren't going to grow to, like, 1 million Instagram followers or whatever. And, like, Instagram, it's a lot harder to make, like, a true living like you can with YouTube, because you don't get ad revenue. So Instagram, it's almost entirely based on sponsorships, which is still very good, but it's just not the same. It's 100% not worth it. A lot of them just believe the dream that they can become like huge social media influencers, but a lot of people just like Love Island people for them being on Love Island, and then after that their star kind of fades, It's just a trap. It's just a trap. Kakashi Snitch 925, thanks for the 5-man. Morj, thoughts on the new Chainsaw Man and Jujutsu Kaisen trailer? Wonder how they're going to do that Chainsaw Man arc, since it's not very long in the manga. So it seems like it's not a movie, right? It seems like it's not a movie, so I wonder if they're just going to do a very short, cool... Like, the one thing I really hope that they don't do is try to stretch it over a lot of episodes, because that arc is meant to be, like, fast. Like, Chainsaw Man's speed should be... It has a very, very fast speed and pace in the manga. I feel like season 1 kind of botched that to some degree. The movie did it perfectly. Movie spacing is exactly what you want for this arc, but if they try to stretch it across many episodes, it just doesn't work. Like, Chainsaw Man is supposed to feel like page turn after page turn after page turn, and Fujimoto has a really good feel for like how long each beat should last before it's time for the next surprise. I really hope they don't try to stretch this into a full season. Henchme987, thanks for the 2. Do you wear law cosplay for your lure clients? There can be no overlap here. I could never be seen like this. Ignorant Weed, thanks for the 5. Hunter x Hunter returns next week. Will you do streams for it like the last batch of chapters? Hunter x Hunter returns next week. Will you do streams for it like the last batch of chapters? I don't know. I don't know right now. I really don't know. I really don't know. I might do, depending on the hype. Depending on like the hype, because Hunter x Hunter has some chapters that are very exciting. Like, I've been loving the batches that have been coming out, but it just depends, right? Hunter x Hunter has some chapters that are really exciting. Like, I loved most of the last batch, but then some are really like, the previous batch was very, very slow. So let's see how it goes. But I remember I just loved reading the previous batch, This arc would have been better as a movie than the Reese arc. I agree, but they did such a phenomenal job with the Reese arc as a movie that I'm like, okay, make this one a movie too. Because, like, the Reese arc, I think, doesn't even have the best material necessarily for a movie, but they made it work so well that they did it better than the manga. I'm like, okay, if you could do it with that, then an Assassin's arc movie would be, like, even better than the Reese movie by, like, a mile, Tiptia Trevisa, thanks for the 2. Love Island is a social experiment drama soap opera. Yeah, it's not really about like them finding love. It's just to show people in crazy psychological situations. Let's get stream likes up to 100 real quick. Also, let's figure out these late penalties. Real quick. Speaking of next week, Kagurubachi is going on a month break. Seems like a good time to catch up. Can someone... No other spoilers beyond this. Is the flashback over in Kagurubachi? If the flashback's not over, I'm not gonna join back in. Not because I love Kagura. I genuinely really, really like Kagurubachi a lot, but I'm just waiting for the flashback to end. It's not like a bad flashback or anything. It's just the flashback started. I want to binge it all in one go, so I'm waiting for it to end. Henchme says a lawyer or cosplay would get my business. I don't run my own firm, so I have no business, but still. Good to know. Good to know. Yeah. No, it's not over? Okay. I'm just gonna wait. I'm just gonna wait. On topic of video games, would you consider Resident Evil or Mass Effect? Since you're a Batman fan, you would love the Batman Arkham series. I don't want to play a shooter game. I don't want to play a game where I've got a gun. That's kind of where I'm at. Everyone better than KB till it's time to be better than JB. I think you want to read that one more time. It's going to be a while before it's over. Really? So this is a deep flashback. Interesting. Interesting. Oh, shoot. Hold on. It's kind of stalled. I might get up to get another espresso in a second. Let's figure out this late points thing. Jaquan1254, thanks for the 5, man. I got a part-time job at a strip club on a whim. How do you like Chainsaw Man's ending? So, like, what does that mean? Do you strip, or are you like a bouncer? No judgment either way, but that's interesting. Chainsaw Man's ending, I did not like Chainsaw Man's ending. But the good news with Chainsaw Man is that part 1 already concludes on a good, like, clean place. Like, Chainsaw Man part 1, my view is basically Chainsaw Man part 1, when it concludes, it is essentially a complete story. Literally the only hanging threads that Fujimoto leaves after part 1, the only hanging threads are, he mentions the 4 horsemen of apocalypse, right? The 4 horsemen, right? So he mentions that. So that's like, oh, what's the deal with that, right? So you're curious about that. And 2, suggests that sorry, not suggest. 2, there's the hanging thread of Power wanting Denji to find her again in hell, right? Those are the only 2 things that are kind of loose threads. But aside from that, it feels like a very neat ending, you know? You could argue that the final loose thread is like, well, what is Pochita actually? Because it keeps being implied that Pochita is not just the Chainsaw Devil. But that's not answered at the end of part 2 either, you know? He's cooking the wings? Yeah, that's a job too. people are calling you out like, yo, how are these 2 sentences related to Saint King J? Guys, we gotta figure out. Give me some late penalties real quick. Give me some late penalties. Morj, did you finish the Black Clover manga? It ended a couple months ago. I didn't even read the last couple chapters. After the defeat of the main villain, I did not read the last couple chapters. I just did not enjoy the last couple. Like, just truly did not enjoy the entire final arc of Black Clover. Did not enjoy. It's really difficult because, like the thing that I really appreciate about Tabata that I wish more mangaka did is he has everything, like, it's all planned, right? So it's not just the plot that's all planned. Like, you can tell Black Clover, all of its arcs are planned, and like threads that are dropped here, like Noelle's mom, like what's the deal with that? Like, that's followed up on with Megicula, and then later on her mom showing up in the final. Like, everything is clearly very, very well planned, and there's a lot of foresight into how the story's supposed to go. And the big thing that he does that I really appreciate is that pretty much all characters are remembered or thought of in some way, and there is some through line or the other for all of them. And it's well plotted across the various arcs, okay? So I really, really do appreciate that. Like, he's telling a story right. But the manner in which everything is done is, like, often shallow or simple or generic. Does that make sense? Like, a lot of authors will have a lot of characters and then, like, just forget what to do with one, or like just botch this character or whatever, right? Tabata writes a lot of characters, and then, like, they all have something. Like, even if the arc's basically as simple as like, I was a coward, but then I became brave, he will have the steps planned out of like how that transformation happens from the start to the beginning of the story, okay? But it's generally never gonna be that deep or like like he's not gonna forget things and he's gonna have a plan for everything, but how deep or how meaningful it's gonna feel will generally vary. And with the final arc, I just felt like it was so cliche, so like shonen, like look, like I love shonen stuff as much as the next person, but it's just like it goes too deep into that, you know? Like it just goes too deep into that, and so at a certain point, it's just like I'm just rolling my eyes. I'm like, I've seen this like a million times before in this series itself. You know, it's hard because like it's like the outline. Like if you were to compare mangaka by like their ability to outline the story and like the characters, plot lines, the general plot, etc., Tabata is actually really high up there. He's like really, really high up there. But in terms of like actually beat by beat, how good those story beats are like executed, right? Like the depth or like the creativity behind each of them, he's a lot lower. So that's what's frustrating because I feel like the bones of a, like, by all means, Black Clover does a lot of the things that I wish that a lot of manga do, but it just doesn't do any of them in an interesting way. It does them in the most cheesy way possible. Some of the stuff is well executed, for sure. But I feel like the final arc is not a good example of that. To Putri Visa, thanks for the 2. Black Clover final arc was rushed due to COVID. But how could it be... Wait, what? I don't know if that's a joke or not, but like, how could it be rushed due to COVID? Because COVID ended in 2021, right? And Black Clover just ended this... I guess you're joking. Guys, give me some late penalties or we're moving on. Give me some late penalties or we're moving on. That's where we're at right now. I just don't like... I think I like Asta okay as a main character, but I generally don't like him that much as far as main characters go. Like, he's fine. Like, he's funny to me at points and entertaining at points, but I think the one thing I'll never get behind with Asta is that his ability is truly, truly, truly the most powerful ability in the series. But, like, the author tries to gaslight us into having all the characters claim that it's a really weak ability. But it's objectively, like, from day one, it is the strongest ability in existence by far. For those of you who don't know, in Black Clover, it's a world where everybody can use magic. Asta's power is basically like, he can negate all magic. Insanely unfair ability. Insanely unfair ability. Like, it's just a joke how much better it is than every other ability. Like, you get to the final battle, and the villain is like, you know, the villain's doing that thing where they're like, I'm so much more powerful than you, there's nothing you can do to defeat me. He's running away the entire time. You can't even write fights with Asta, because he just beats every single thing the villain does. So the villain's literally like, the whole fight is the villain like running away the whole time. He's running away and like chucking rocks and stuff like that at Asta, and Asta's like obviously just like plowing through them because it's fucking nothing, right? It's a fucking joke, but the villain's acting as though like he's in complete control and everything. It's like, dude, you can't. None of your stuff works against him. This guy's a god. Like it's the most backwards shit ever. It's like the author's trying to portray a sense of like challenge or something like that, and like, the villain's like so powerful and Asta's the underdog, but it's like the dude's fucking like the dude's fucking playing like he's not even fighting, he's running a fucking marathon. It's just him like fucking running. It's like a fucking Foxy versus Luffy fight where like Luffy's like, come back and fight me, and like Foxy's like, the fight's completely in my control, as he fucking runs away the whole time. It's crazy. And that's how, like, a lot of the fights are. Like, Asta's ability from day one is stronger than every other ability. And the only thing that's, like, limiting him, I guess you could say, is that, like, at first he has to get close to be able to hit people and stuff, but then that goes away, and then it's like, okay, well, he can't fly, so characters can fly to avoid him, but then that goes away, and then slowly it's just like, well, what if some characters are just like physically stronger than him, but almost no characters are, and then pretty soon that goes away. It's just like, I don't know. Not really the time magic is most broken. It's not, because Asta's magic beats time magic. Like, literally, like, Asta's magic beats everything. There's nothing that beats Asta's magic. Time magic would be probably the second best because it beats everything else, but Asta's magic beats that. Like, he's just a god in that universe. He can, like, the villain can stop time and Asta will just be fucking strolling through it. I think I just didn't like that because it's like giving the character. I think it's fine to give the main character like a really broken ability, but then I think it's really dumb to then try and frame them as the underdog in every fight. When in every fight the villain's like the villain's cackling about how lame Asta's anti-magic is, but at the same time the villain like never seems to know how to actually counter it. It's like, I'm sure there's a way to deal with this because I've got magic and that's better. And it's like, well then how come every single villain ever just loses to Asta? And their methods of countering it always just amount to like, okay, let me like throw some physical objects at you and hope that works. Saint King J, thanks a lot. Punishment idea. Explain and justify how Zoro's side story and setup in Wano Act 1 having no payoff in Act 3 was actually peak fiction. Also cool outfit. I can't do that. Thank you, I appreciate it, but it's gotta be one I could actually do. It's gotta be one I can actually do. Yeah, he literally has anti-magic in a world full of magic users. He's broken. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. It would be, I guess the equivalent would be this. It would be like, you know, Blackbeard's fruit, the Yami Yami no Mi? It's like having that, but in this world, everybody's a devil fruit user. So Blackbeard's ability, and nobody has Haki. Everybody's powers are just devil fruits. And then you've got Blackbeard with the Yami Yami no Mi. And it's like, okay, well, that dude just beats everybody else, right? There's no other power system. It's just devil fruits, you know? Okay, let's see. What are the penalties? Read a chat suggested novel or manga, like Stormy suggested. But the thing is, like, okay, I did read the first chapter of Vagabond. Fine, we can do that. Okay. Read manga / series suggested by chat, at least 30 chapters. How about that? Because if it's more than that, then you're basically asking for like, I don't know, like a 50-hour commitment or something. I don't really calculate how much that would be, but you know what I mean? Like, it's got to be within reason. I'm gonna put that at 200. And I feel like most series, you can figure out if you enjoy them enough to keep going within 30 chapters. Fun fact, the next Law cosplay, I already have that. Or having anti-Haki powers, yeah. Haki literally is anti-Devil Fruit powers. No, because Haki doesn't automatically just beat Devil Fruit powers. You know what I mean? Like if you have, like, just because somebody has hot, like, let's pretend, what do you call, like an Amazon Lily character, right? Like Marigold or Sandersonia, right? Let's pretend they have armament Haki, but that's not going to automatically beat Kizaru's laser beam, you know? Like, if Kizaru fires a laser, they just die, right? They have armament Haki, but they're still going to just lose to any attack from Enel. You know what I mean? Having Haki doesn't automatically beat Devil Fruit powers. Haki is like an armor that you can add to yourself to help combat Devil Fruit powers, but it doesn't just negate them. It just helps you fight through them. And then if your Haki's strong enough, you can pretty much overpower any Devil Fruit power, right? That's not how Asta's ability works. Asta's ability is literally just like, if his anti-magic sword or any amount of anti-magic touches somebody else's magic, it's just negated. It's like a blanket negate. So it's more like Blackbeard's ability. You know what I mean? Yeah, Blackbeard isn't OP because characters have more abilities than just Devil Fruits, right? So there's hockey and stuff like that, right? So that's why Blackbeard's not just OP. But in the Black Clover world, that's why I gave the analogy. Imagine instead it was like you had Blackbeard in One Piece, but nobody else has hockey, and the only powers that exist are Devil Fruits, right? Blackbeard's ability is automatically the best ability, by far, you know? If the only powers everybody has is Devil Fruits, you know? Video game stream. We have video game stream there. I feel like I already did a video defending Usopp in a sense, but, you know. I didn't even read the like, I think the last couple chapters are like Asta fighting Yuno or something like that. But I didn't even bother reading because I just have very little investment in there. Do we have any other penalties? Penalty Sabo video? I don't know about that. Is there anything simpler? I mean, I can do a Sabo video. I wouldn't mind doing a Sabo video because, like, it's an easy topic that can probably get good views. Here, I can put Sabo video for 200. I'll do Sabo video for 150. Here, Sabo video for 150. I feel like 200 is too high for that. I like the last chapter the most. Maybe I should check that out. Oh, a star for two. Oh, star for 2 jewels. Thank you. Morj, why do you only care about penalty if they can make you money? I mean, the video penalties, like, just think about it logically, right? I'm pricing the penalties based on how much I do or don't want to do them. You know what I mean? Like, this one is high because it's a lot of work to do a video, right? It's a lot of work to do a video, and there's not much. Not only does it potentially hurt the channel's algorithm, but you know, I'm not gonna get much out of it in a sense, right? So it's more like swapping out the normal. Like, think about it like this. Like, think about at your job. If like 1 week as a penalty, you have to instead put in the same amount of work hours that you normally would do, but your pay is just docked for that week. Does that make sense? Does it make sense why I might not want to do that as much? You can still cash out for it, but like I'm still going to price it high because this is also like like I think just apply that logic to your own job. But then this one's just free. Like this doesn't have anything to do with money or not money, but it is just going to take a lot of my free time and I don't know if I'll enjoy it, so I put it there. The Sabo video, it's like doing the usual video for the week. I'm just not going to enjoy it as much, but it'll probably still do numbers, so I'm going to be fair and I'm going to drop it lower than the other one, you know? You being late loses you money, yet you do it all the time. I mean, I'm usually not late by choice. I would rather not be late. Does that make sense? Like, if I had a magic wand and I could make it so that I myself just, all my bad habits are gone and I'm just on time every single time, I would do that. But, you know, that's not the way the world works. That could realistically happen if you keep being late. I agree. We're pretty high up there in points. Black Clover's last chapter includes the retarded Noel and, oh, I don't want to say that. I know that the R word is kind of making a comeback, people say. I don't like using it. That's not me. Legitimately because this is the dumbest reason. In high school, I would say that word a lot. Different era. I would say that word a lot. All right, this is like the early 2010s, like 2009, 2010. Okay, 2009, 2010, 2011. Okay, until they made us watch a documentary, literally about like a family and what it was like for them raising a mentally handicapped kid. It was a couple families, and this documentary legitimately like was it sounds so fucking stupid, but this documentary literally was difficult for me to watch through. Like they made us watch through the whole period, and I was just like, okay, I felt so bad by the end of it. I wouldn't say I straight up stopped saying it throughout high school, but it definitely toned that down. And then I think like after I came out of high school, it just wasn't in my. It stayed in my vocabulary somewhat, just because group of friends or whatever. We did say retard, we did say fag and stuff like that back then. But I turned that down. The R word at the very least in college, I think I just straight up stopped. I think calling it the R, I think retard, calling it the R word, I think is a little far, but I kind of became conditioned to that. And then I think pretty much, I think like college pretty much just stopped most of that stuff in general. I'll be honest, I think fag stayed in my friend group's vocabulary in college for a bit as well. But in our defense, I don't know if it's still defendable or what within that period of time. But in our defense, we would only say it to each other, never like just for shock value, I guess. I don't think any of us would ever like, we're not actually saying that to, I don't know. That went away, I think, by end of freshman year or whatever. So I don't know. This is just honesty. And yes, slurs were more acceptable back then. This is just the truth. Like, as you get older, those things slowly leave your vocabulary, generally speaking. Oh, let's get Streamlights up to 100 real quick. Let's get Streamlights up to 100. All right, are we good with I think we're good with some new late penalties. You guys want to quickly knock out some moments for the Strats, or do you want to move on to the waifu tier list? Tiptia says, I'm gonna rape you with funny language back in 2014. Yeah. It was just a different era. It was just all standard. People are acting like they're not out here saying clanker, which will be a slur in the next 30 years. Yeah. We don't care about Strat moments. All right, let's move on. Brago and King of Lightning stream? Sure. But I'm going to price that very high because it requires coordination, and I just don't want to do coordination. I'm going to price that pretty high. Brago / King of Lightning stream. Power scaling stream. All right. We can we can get onto the waifu tier list. Hold on. I'll do a little poll for the people. Morj, don't you need coordination to run a YouTube channel at all? This is coordinating with people who are also YouTubers, right? So this is very different because this is out of network, right? So this is tricky because everybody has different schedules in terms of like when they prefer to stream and do certain things, right? So because everyone has different schedules, then like people and like schedules for when they put up videos, every YouTuber's schedule of like when they would be free to do a collab is a little different. And so that's why like Like, you know, the Reverie streams? You have no idea. Obviously, those are really big streams, but even like I've noticed any sort of YouTube collab stream that has like 8-ish people or more, like you have to plan that out months and months and months in advance because you need everybody to respond, get on board, find like a window that works for everybody. And my preference is obviously always I want to do streams on Mondays, right? Is that gonna work for Brago and King? I don't know, right? So I might have to do it on a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, or something that's really, really inconvenient for me to make it work for everybody, you know? So it is a big hassle there. And then the biggest part that comes with this is that if they come join for this sort of stream, then there's like an implicit sort of understanding that like at some point, you know, if Braga's hosting something or King's hosting something, then like common courtesy is I would take time out of, you know, my week or whatever to try and join that stream, right? So this is essentially me like that's not always the case, you know, that's definitely not always the case, but it is often the case, you know? So it's not that I wouldn't want to hang out with Brago and King. It's more so the like logistics part of it, which is one, finding a time that works for everybody, which is most likely not going to be a time that's ideal for myself because we're trying to make it work for everybody. And two, this means that, you know, if one of them hosts a group stream or even just wants to do a collab or something like that in the future, then common courtesy is like, I would make time to do that. So I'm potentially signing up for like 2 or 3 streams right here, you know? Civ does like 2-hour streams every week. Lol, that guy's a menace. I think a big point of difference here is also just like stream frequency, right? So I'm somebody who like Braga's a big streamer, King of Lightning's a big streamer. They live and breathe that sort of thing. I like to stream twice a week, and I'm good with that. That's like where my sort of energy level is, right? So for King, a 5-hour stream is just a Friday, you know? Like that's not a big deal. For me, doing a 5-hour stream is that's more than I would normally do. You see what I'm saying? So like for some people, like they love streaming. I love streaming in the increments that I choose. Does that make sense? So, you know what's funny? There was that whole discourse about like, is streaming a hard job or not a hard job, etc. Like streaming's whatever. It's I think for the amount of money some people can make, like especially big streamers can make for streaming, like compared to actually having to work an office job or like a service job, right? Or like a fast food job, right? Obviously streaming is the way better gig. But if you were to like equalize money for everything, then like I can say I've worked in a restaurant, I've done canvassing, I've done an office job, right? Briefly, court clerk for 2 years, all right? I've done other jobs, okay? I've done plenty of other jobs. I can tell you right now, I would much rather be at a desk doing clerical work for 5-6 hours a day than stream 5-6 hours a day because I personally, some people have the energy to do that. For me personally, if all money was equal, I don't have the battery to be on camera and just be talking for 5-6 hours a day every day. I just don't. So it might be a weird take, but like I know both sides of things. I think how easy streaming is for you depends a lot on your own natural sort of social battery and just like how your energy works, you know? Like when you're gonna start drinking? Probably in an hour or so. I'm gonna grab an espresso real quick. You know, because like I could sit at the Register of Wills office, knock out my clerical tasks over the course of like, you know, a 5-6 hour shift or something like that, and generally feel pretty relaxed doing it. You can check your email, do other stuff in the meantime or whatever in between, right? With streaming, you're on camera for that whole period. I know there's some people who are just React streamers, so they'll just put something on and watch the whole time, but let's say from my experience, which is usually not doing that, like I will feel more drained at the end of a 5-6 hour stream for sure than I would if I was just doing my office job, right? I think the big difference where people take grievance is like, well, streaming makes you, like if you're a big streamer, right? You make like a disproportionate amount of money compared to what you're doing compared to like, people working at a fast food place. You know what I mean? So I think it just depends a little bit on the type of person you are. I think some jobs are a lot easier for some people. Some jobs are a lot easier for some people, Like, I would straight up say this. I could not be a full-time streamer. I couldn't do it. I would be tapped after a week, definitely after 2 weeks. I could not do it. I know I could do other jobs like that I've had to actually do before, and I could make that like my full thing. Does that make sense? It really depends on the type of person you are. Some people who've just got like incessant, nonstop energy, streaming is the golden job for them. It's exactly what they want to do: play games and talk. For other people, like it's just different. Anyway. Again, before I became full-time YouTube, if I go down the list of jobs that I worked, restaurant, canvassing is brutal, by the way. Canvassing is truly brutal. During the summer, canvassing sucks. But canvassing is also fun in a way, because like you're like out in the Wild West in a sense, and it's just like you're walking around door to door, trying to like knocking, getting rejected, trying to like get people to like sign up for a roofing call, like a roofing sales call and stuff like that, and then later on donating the environment and stuff like that, right? And it's just like the Wild West. It's like, what am I doing? Like, this isn't a real job. Like, why am I like spending 8 hours of the day like walking in the heat from house to house, like just knocking and like hoping people agree to sign up for a sales call for my company or something like that? This isn't a real thing. Like, what am I doing here? And you see the other fellow canvassers once like it's like a fun little mini culture that forms, like because you all kind of know that what you're doing is like jank, and so like you all drive in one car. You driver drops everybody off in the neighborhood. You all split. You all spend the day doing whatever, but then like you run into each other. You might sit down and just chill on the fucking street for like 30 minutes, pretend to be working or something like that. Everybody goes to get a drink or something like that, and we don't tell management or whatever. There was one day, I remember, for the roofing canvassing company that I worked for, there was one day where like we had the right mix of people in our car group, because like the mix of canvassers you're with always changes. So we had the right mix of people in the car group. And so like somebody was just like, fuck it, I don't want to do this stuff today. And that sentiment kind of spread, and like somebody mentioned like just smoking or whatever. And so we all went, instead of going to the neighborhood we were supposed to go to, we all went to I by the way, I was the youngest in this group, and like kind of, I wouldn't say the newest, but I was on the newer side, and I kind of wanted to I wanted to actually like you get paid based on how many leads, how many calls you can book, right? So I was kind of more so in the mood of like, I know we could take the day off, but like I would I would like to go to the neighborhood and do some canvassing. But I didn't want to be that. I didn't want to be that dude who's just like, hey, can we all go work or whatever? So like we pulled over to some state park, went deep into the park, and then went off the trail, and went kind of deep off the trail, and then we smoked, and then we got back in the car at the end of the day, drove back, told the bosses that, yeah, just a dry day. Nobody wanted any roofing stuff. And they knew something was up, because it's almost impossible that there's not a single lead that is booked if you send 4 people out to a neighborhood. So they knew that something was up, but, it's just the way that it was. So anyway, sketchy group of people among those canvassers. The environmental canvassing that I did had a much less sketchy group of people, but that required a very different skill set. It's hard to explain. I don't want to get too in depth in that. But yeah, restaurant, then canvassing, and then the longest running thing that I did before I ended up so like post college, my friend and I, we started a video marketing company because we'd won a little video competition for our college. We won like $1,500. We felt really good about ourselves. We're like, let's use this money. Let's get a little business going, right? So we started a video marketing company. I've told this story many times before, but we started that, and then that turned into a general marketing company. During this time, that was back when my Morj One Piece YouTube uploads were very sporadic because I had a totally different focus, right? So we're getting that off the ground, working for peanuts, and then slowly getting that up from peanuts to like, I don't know, whatever's bigger, popcorn or something like that. But that was like a heavy, heavy grind, and that was like a shit ton of hours. But then at the same time, for the consistent money, I started a part-time job doing court clerk. So I'd come in 1-2 days a week and then spend the day doing the notes and stuff at the Register of Wills office for like the orphans court hearings and stuff. And then I would process them, and I'd do all of the little grunt work that nobody else wanted to do. But I liked those days. That felt like chilling to me because like it felt like there was no stress in the sense that like there wasn't uncertainty, you know, like going back to actually like work on the marketing stuff where like you're dealing with like trying to get clients, and also like we're trying to get better at our skills, we're trying better to market ourselves, we're learning how to do sales and closing and everything like that. And we're so young. I was 22, 23 during this time. Yeah, that was stress. And then going to do the office job was like, you know, like people just tell me what to do and I do it, and I know exactly what I'm supposed to do and I just do it. Things did change in COVID, and that's when that job became bad because like first the court shut down and then they pulled me back in, but they were pulling me back in as a favor to me kind of because there was no court hearings that were being held. So what they had me do instead was like move boxes that needed to be filed because the whole building was being transferred over to a new courthouse or something. Like we were moving buildings, so all the boxes need to be physically moved from certain locations. And so then they made me do that, and then that was rough. And then like I think doing physical labor, it's not even like I was working in the fields or anything crazy, right? But that was when I kind of knew like, okay, now it's not fun to do the court clerk job anymore because I don't feel like I'm a fucking court clerk anymore. I feel like I'm a fucking like warehouse guy now. Basically, like my whole day is moving boxes. And the funny thing with file boxes, I know I'm going on a long tangent, but you sent me down memory road of just like, what are the odd jobs that I worked before YouTube, right? The funny thing about factory box, like about moving these boxes filled with files is that you never know. Hold on. You never know how heavy each box is going to be until you're picking it up. So like there's this psychological sort of component of it, which was like, okay, is this going to be like a light file box or like a heavy file box? And like they needed to go up in like a really big stack, so you needed a ladder for the top stacks or whatever. So I would be trying to guess or like, but I don't want to waste too much time like testing each one. So like sometimes I'd find out that I'd save the heaviest box for like the top of the ladder, and that was a big pain. Anyway, that fucking sucked. That was the hardest period of time where I was doing that, plus still trying to keep the marketing agency going. But like once COVID started, we lost our clients. Like, I mean, like every business was trying to be like, okay, we don't have money to spend on video. We're not spending on video. And so like that was the period that then I shifted to like full-time YouTube. And that was unfortunate because that was like the period that we finally had felt like we're rolling, and then, you know, that hit. But like, you know, one door closes, another door opens. So we kind of had to like let that go and be like, okay, nobody wants to do video. We can't even go shoot video for people at this point because of COVID. Like most people are kind of like, yeah, let's put a pin on this, or we don't know if we want you coming and like actually shooting. And like that made sense. It was COVID, right? So we had to shut down the main part of our agency, which was video marketing. So that shut down. I was still doing the law office job, but now I was doing the shitty version of it, which was really a warehouse job where I'm fucking moving boxes and everything like that. And now to basically pay the bills, I'm switching to YouTube full time. And that was a grind because at that point I shifted to YouTube almost full time, or like that plus these other two things, when I was only at about 30,000 subscribers. So it was like, got to get it rolling basically. So that was like a crazy period of time. That was like the most I'd ever been stretched, I think, work-wise, that I can recall, except for probably this period, these last, I'd say from the start of this year to now, where we've been going hard with this law firm marketing agency because we're partnered with an agency that already is very skilled at getting results, especially for lawyers, right? But they want to build more of a funnel to get more clients in because they're not as skilled at that part for themselves because it's just a different skill set. And so we're doing that part. So it's been a lot of like developing content, developing an inbound funnel and stuff like that. And it's all starting to really roll right now. But as it's rolling, that means that there's a lot more. The more it rolls, the more work that comes in, if that makes sense. So yeah, it's interesting. I don't know. It's a long process. Yeah, like just, I feel like, I know a lot of people have had a much more eclectic list of jobs that they've done, but the way I look back at it, I think that I've had an interesting little mix of jobs. The reason the court clerk job became really bad when this happened. Okay, I know I've got a couple supers to catch up on. Anahime no ICU. The court clerk job became really bad when, okay, so COVID had happened, right? Still trying to keep the marketing agency kind of going, but nobody wants video now. So it's like, okay, fuck, what do we do? I'm trying to get YouTube going, so I'm putting a ton of hours into YouTube. And then like 1-2 days a week, I'm having to go and spend the full day like moving boxes, right? So that sucks. But then the courts start to open up again, right? The courts start to open up again, so they're able to have people come in. Oh, no. Initially it was Zoom calls. That they did the court hearings or whatever. So they were finally like, okay, now you can go back to actually doing your clerical work, okay? But, so I was like, cool, back to doing clerical work. All right, done with this box shit. I was not done with the box shit. They had seemed to have forgotten that I'm not a fucking warehouse guy. That's not my job. I'm the court clerk. All right, they seem to have forgotten that, and so it was the most awkward thing because like I'm there, I'm like, I think I'm coming back just to go back to doing the typing and stuff, but they're just like very casually like, like, oh yeah, can you do these like, can you do this row of boxes today? And then we've also got these hearings for today and stuff. And I'm like, I'm not, how do I clarify this? So I like, there was a little bit of like, okay, maybe I could clarify a little bit that like, this isn't what I initially signed up for. But then at the same time, I was now in a position where it was like, because we suddenly lost our video clients who didn't want to do video anymore, right? And the YouTube channel was still like in its growing phases, and I had bills to pay for rent, right? I was like, okay, guess I'm doing boxes and court clerk stuff now. I'm a warehouse guy / court clerk, basically. So that was the case that was the hardest period, when I became both the warehouse guy and the court clerk. And then I was just like, this fucking sucks. This is not, this is not fun. And I lived, the court that I went to was, I was living in Baltimore at this point in time, but the court was in Ellicott City. So it's a bit of a drive each way. It's not the craziest drive, but it was just another component of it that made it annoying. All right, continuing on. Oh my God, it's even pay rent, you're living in the office. No, I shifted out of the office literally right. It was the turning point before COVID started that I shifted out of the office, because at that point my money was basically, the marketing agency was making decent enough money, so we felt like we had that going, and I had this part-time job, right? And I had a little bit of money coming in from the YouTube channel, but not crazy, right? So it was around this time. No, COVID happened first, but at the same time, it was like, it felt like I'd already kind of made the commitment to moving out, because it felt like money was growing. But then very quickly I realized, like, once we made the shift to the new place, it was like the realities of finally having to pay rent, because I was now living with my best friend from college and one of my other good friends from college, his cousin, and it was the three of us. And I was the only person out of the trio with like inconsistent income. So I'd made the shift at like a very dangerous point in time from living in the office to actually living in a real apartment. And bills were low then because I only had to pay $900 a month. So it wasn't crazy for rent, but at the time that was like a big chunk. And it really did not help that um, the our clients for video marketing were basically like one by one kind of closing out. The one thing that did change, that did help, funnily enough, back then, is that there was a lawyer client who had moved into that same office that I lived in, who was just starting his own solo practice, like brand new solo practice. And this didn't end up going well for him in the end, but like he wanted help just getting Google Ads started. So Google Ads are not my own necessarily specialty. It's the agency that we work with now. They're killer at Google Ads and everything. But I knew enough back then that I could get him some results. So I had some digital like I had a couple digital marketing clients, but not video marketing clients at that point. And that helped sustain me a little bit. So I had enough money that I was able to cover rent and everything, but this was the year after I lived in the office. Morj timeline is basically finished college, a year and a half living at home with my parents, which was very, very generous of them. They did not have to do that. But that was when I had no money whatsoever. Then a year living in the office. By the end of the year living in the office, we had some money coming in from the marketing agency. I had the part-time job, and I still had money coming in from YouTube and stuff like that to some degree. But COVID hit. I had already kind of signed the lease and everything to move out to the new apartment. Marketing agency money starts going down. I've got a couple digital marketing clients that I get to keep. Now I've got more work at the court clerk office. I'm really trying to drive YouTube. So that initial like several month period of moving out was like hell, and it was like scary hell. But it worked out. By the end of like once 2021 started, I think everything had evened out and YouTube was doing well enough that like I didn't need the other things. So I was able to quit the court clerk office before 2021 started. Didn't need the lawyer marketing client anymore because he basically had to wind down his own solo practice because it was struggling. I think COVID is a terrible time to even start that. So, I mean, that basically, and then I think by summer of 2021, when it was time, or like spring, summer, by the time in 2021, it was time for my lease in that Baltimore apartment to end. Now is like a whole new world because the YouTube channel had now hit like 100K subscribers. So it was like, okay, I can kind of move wherever. And it just felt very different being able to like actually have options of where I wanted to go and, you know, rent out and everything like that. And it just felt like that whole COVID year for me was like this really sharp life shift where like, it's like, it felt like things were coming together. Then everything crumbled down. Then I was kind of like in hell and in the weeds for a while. And that was like the hardest I'd ever grinded in my life. And then come to the end of that cycle that year. And it's like, okay, now lease is coming to a close. And it's like, okay, things have actually worked out very well. And now I have a lot of flexibility. And then like the next phase of my life started from there, where I was no longer broke, basically. So it was fun. Okay. Anyway. Okay. Seems like we're doing the waifu tier list. Yeah, sorry, just a little life history there. Anime, no way, thanks for the 20. Off topic, but thank you very much for the 20, thank you. Off topic, but I recently took a trip to Rio in Brazil and realized how much Oda embodied Brazilians in Luffy so much. From his straw hat to his preference to wear sandals were just the surface of how much Luffy was Brazilian. Is there anything like related to like Brazilian culture that Luffy embodies? Like, because different cultures have a different sort of like, you know, like the way people talk or act is different based on cultural norms, you know, to some degree. So I wonder if I don't know enough about Brazilian culture to know about that, but I wonder if that'd be interesting as well. Yeah. Is that my Slack? No, that's actually my Slack that's popping off right now. Yeah. Oh, hey, I'm a Brazilian from Rio de Janeiro. Have you ever seen the movie City of God? I just showed my fiance that recently, and like literally this last weekend. That's one of my favorite movies. JR182, thanks for the 2. Is Lucci and Dofi out or in of the top 30? Thoughts? I think out. I think Doflamingo is out. I think Lucci is out as well. Especially the more we see of God's Knights, you know? Like, even just that new dude who was introduced at the end of the chapter, this last chapter, right? Very possibly stronger than Lucci, for all we know. Henchme987, thanks for the 5. I had an internship as a law clerk the summer of COVID. Complete waste of time since the courts were shut. I just did research for a judge's memoir. Yeah, COVID, like, the timing was just really, really rough, I bet, for a lot of people. It was, how to explain? For me, I felt like it was really, really bad initially, but then at the end of it, I realized that it's what I needed, if that makes sense, because it forced a lot of action and decision making on my end in terms of like, okay, I need to narrow down on what makes the most sense right now, and then that quickly turned into, okay, it's YouTube, and then that is what really led to me pushing the channel as hard as I did. I'd also done an internship as a law clerk in high school, but this was at the public defender's office, and this was more of a BS internship because it was just my mom wanted me to do an internship. She was like, this is important, you just got to do an internship. So I did an internship between junior to senior year at this public defender's office, and it was just like, how to explain? It was like, they didn't really let me do anything because I was so young, right? All the other interns there were out of high school, some of them college, some of them a little older. Like, it was very, it was a lot, like, everybody was older than me, basically. And because I was in high school, they really just let me do very simple stuff. So, like, some filing stuff. And there was one time an attorney took me with him to jail. And that was, like, the most fun that I had. Like, that was the most interesting experience. I got to go to jail. Oh, no, there was one day, so later in the internship, there was one other high school student who joined in as well, and he had actually done this internship the year before. So he wasn't a high school student, I suppose, anymore, because he was coming out of senior year, I was coming out of junior year. But he was in there, was kind of made friends with him or whatever, and there was a day where, like, there's people, it's the public defender's office, so, like, people come with grievances to this glass window, right? They come to this glass window, and then there's 2 front desk women, right? So and sometimes one of those front desk women is missing because they're just out of the office for something, or, you know, they're sick or whatever, right? There was this window of time, like, on this one day where, like, miscommunication or whatever, both of them were not there at the front desk. And so, like, people were coming to the window and there was, like, a line forming and stuff. And so me and this other high school kid were just like, okay, I guess we're doing this. We're not trained. They never trained us to do front desk stuff. So we're sitting at, like, the desk in front of the windows. And I can only imagine, like, now as an adult, I can only imagine how frustrating this must have been for the people on the other side, right? Because, like, they have grievances. They're here for serious things. They just want some sort of a system. They want, you know, like, they want to be talking to somebody who knows what's up. For us, we were like, this is kind of fun. Like, we're not being watched, and, like, we're suddenly responsible for something pretty important. So we did to the best of our abilities, like, take in the intake has made sense, but I'm sure we missed some questions or said some things incorrect or whatever. And, like, I can only imagine how angry and frustrating it must feel on the other side, which is like, I'm here because I need fucking help for my legal case, and there's 2 fucking high school kids behind this desk who clearly don't know what the fuck they're doing. And this is serious shit. But for us, it was just, I don't know, it was just a wacky day. Anyway. I didn't even get to go into jail because I think there's, like, a age limit thing or something like that. So I didn't even get to go into jail. I got taken to the premises, and I think I was I think another intern, like, babysat me at the time. I forget, but I remember that was, like, the most exciting thing, like, getting to actually like, get out of the office one time. One of the interns, interestingly enough, so there was a time that one of the interns, who was an older intern, gave me a ride somewhere. He was kind of like a big brother figure to me. He was, like, a little bit older, probably, like, late 20s or something like that. And so got into his car, and he takes out a thing from the car, puts it to his mouth, breathes in for like 3 seconds, and then puts it back. And I'm just like, and then he explained that he'd gotten a DUI or DWI, or like DUI or something like that charge before. So now there's this thing that's attached to his car that he has to blow a certain amount before he's able to drive the car. And I was just like, cool, I don't want to be driving with you. He was a good guy though. Um, I don't know how fair it is to judge based on that or whatever, but it just made me feel like he was already kind of like a goofier person. So this just made me feel like, do I want to? Am I learning anything out of this internship? I don't know. Anyway, you studied law? No, I never went to law school. I was supposed to become a lawyer though, so went to what do you call? I did uh okay, so went to college for government and politics as my major because the idea was that this would put me on a track to becoming a lawyer. Did that as my major. I did mock trial in college and stuff. And that was a lot of fun. But then I realized later that like real law is generally not cool court stuff. It's very different. So the way it's been described to me by a lot of my friends who did go to law school, because a lot of people from mock trial did go to law school, is that being a lawyer is a lot like doing homework as your profession. And I didn't like the sound of that. To appease my parents, I because they were letting me stay at home, right? So they let me stay at home for the first year and a half out of college, which was again very nice of them. They did not have to do that. Because the idea was that during that time I was working on the video marketing business with my friend, right? But they didn't want me to put all my eggs in that basket, so they had me also just study for the LSATs and at least apply to law schools. So I had to study and do the LSAT in the midst of all that. I did not get around to ever actually applying to law schools. I don't know how I would have done in terms of applications because my LSAT score was good, but my college GPA was truly, truly terrible because I slacked off like crazy in college. Like, I just treated it like vacation, didn't go to classes, didn't like essays I did super late. It was just like way past when they're due, yada yada. Night before test, I'm up all night, downloading all the lectures, reading them for the first time. Like it was college GPA was rough. So I don't know what law school I would have gotten into. I would have probably tried to apply to ones that favor the LSAT more. But things were moving along well enough that I was able to be like, look, I'm allowed to move out to live in the office in Baltimore now, right? So like I'm out of your guys' hair. I have some money coming in and everything like that. So I can put off law school for a little bit, you know. Okay, anyway. Uh studied law, hates law. Move boxes, hates Jinbei. I'm noticing a battered Goda foreshadowing. Okay. All right, let's get into the waifu tier list. Let's get into the waifu tier list. Knut Worgen. Thanks for the 1,000 jewels. Still don't fully understand, but interesting. Anahime Nue, thanks for the 10. Yes, his demeanor is very much like the locals in Rio. Very happy-go-lucky, party-loving people, as well as love for various meats and soccer, reminding me of Luffy playing the sport in the OVAs. Oh, that's cool. That's actually really, really cool. That's really cool. Brazil sounds like a fun place to go to. Again, I mostly know City of God, which is not a representation of Brazil in the same way or whatever, but yeah, that place is scary. Andrew says, I'd rather be homeless than go to law school. I would have done anything to avoid having to go to law school just because I did not want to go back for 3 years of school. Did not want to have to go back for 3 years of school. Hold on, let me see one thing. Hold on. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Hold on. Can I do this? Okay, hold on. Give me a second. Oh my god. All right, hold on. Let me show you guys some stuff. Let me show you young me. Let me show you young me. Let me show you young me, the version of me that becomes a lawyer. Okay? Hold on. I got to black out some stuff. For privacy purposes. All right, blacking out some stuff. Okay. Blacking out some stuff. Hold on. I'm preparing. No, god damn it. Okay, hold on. Maybe I should use this mouse. That'll make it easier. Okay, we're getting there. We're making progress. Man, I wish I had somebody who was better at Photoshop. Well, not Photoshop, it's just Paint. Or not even Paint, it's just the snipping tool. But I wish I had somebody who could just do this in the background. Hold on. All right. Okay. Here's young me. Hold on. Here's young me. Is this clearly blacked out? Okay, I think this is clearly blacked out. All right, this is young me. In college. This is young me. I think this is effectively blacked out. This is young me. I was good at mock trial. 1 year, I was pulling in perfect attorney scores. I was good at mock trial. I've got other photos, but it will take me a little bit to to effectively do the same Photoshop process. So that was what I really enjoyed, actually going to the courtroom and like arguing and stuff and doing the doing the cool part of it, That was fun. But the parts I did not enjoy was like poring over case law and stuff on the in the classroom, That was not fun. So when I realized that that's what reality is kind of like, I think that's when I just checked out of that to some degree. All right, let's get to the waifu tier list. Imagine Morj being your lawyer. I would be legitimately. I could pull up more mock trial receipts. I was racking up attorney awards. I won from Yale. You want to show me? You want me to show you? I pulled an attorney award competing at Yale. Hold on. Man, I'm gonna have to go way back. All right. We'll get to the waifu tier list. Let's do the waifu tier list. You guys aren't interested in this frivolous stuff. We'll do the waifu tier list. Would it be? What do I search for here? One Piece waifus. The amount of extensions Laura Morge would have to file. That's funny. Oh, fuck. Okay, One Piece waifus. Oh my god, there's 116. There's 116. This is crazy. I don't like the formatting of this one. I think this has too many random characters. Okay, hold on. Let me show you what I'm looking at. Let me show you what I'm looking at. All right. Here we go. Okay. One Piece female characters. This one is too few. Let's see how many this is. Oh, this is a random thumbnail for a waifu's tier list. This one I didn't like the format of. I just checked it. Okay, let's see if any of these are appealing. Otherwise, we'll go to the next page. This one could be solid. It's a lot of characters. Oh my god, why are there children in here? I don't... Okay. I think this person just put all female characters they could think of. This one's not bad. I feel like this is pretty tight, right? I don't want to do any movie characters, so if we see any movie characters, we cut them. I think this one is pretty good. I like this. I like this. I think this is the winner so far. I don't like the way this one's displayed. Too few. Maybe still small. Yeah, too few. Yeah, I don't like the way this one's displayed, even though it's very comprehensive. Tony Soprano's an S tier waifu. I would like to do a Sopranos character tier list, if I'm allowed to. But I feel like people will rebel in chat. I promise I would do it so fast. I'd do it in 5 minutes. Yeah, I think this one is too many characters. I don't even know who the fuck some of these characters are. Who is this? Why are we counting this character? You know, I recognize him, but yeah, this is just too many. So I prefer something that's tight and doable. Why can't I zoom out? Here, let me zoom out. The fuck? Let me zoom out of this page. Okay. This one feels like too few characters again. So I'm leaning towards this. This would be my pick. Or this one. Which one has more? I mean, this one obviously has more. Let's go with this one, right? But it has some fucking fake characters, you know? Like Uta and film characters. This also has film characters. I guess film characters are unavoidable. We can go with this one. We can go with the longer one. No, but this also has like random gender bent characters like Smoker. But the other one has Law. Okay. Yeah, we'll go with this one and we'll just cut ones that are not applicable. Alright? It's a plan. Let's do it. At this point, we can't ignore Uta. How hard is it to ignore a character that literally never shows up in the manga? Ignoring Uta is as easy as ignoring, like Hermione Granger in this case, because both of them do not exist in the manga of One Piece. Why is this such a hard concept to understand? All right. All right. Let me start by just removing all the characters that aren't real, right? Um, okay, we're not ranking. Wait, Big Mom's on here twice? I don't know if we can do that. We need to pick a version of Big Mom. Right? I don't think you can just have the character twice. I'm not ranking this character. Not ranking. I think characters that I just barely vaguely remember, I'm just not gonna rank, right? Alright. Not ranking Smoker. Uh, too minor. Some of the Amazons from Amazon Lily too minor. Who is this? Is this Sanji's mom? Am I crazy? Who is that? Oops. Young Suru, we don't see enough of. We've got like 2 lines of dialogue. Who is this? Can someone catch me up on who this is? Who's this? It's a random mermaid from Fishman Island, right? I'm gonna cut her. Is this Wapple's girl? Yeah, gonna cut her. Is this the maid uh from Germa or whatever? Is this Shaki? That's crazy. I think just not enough to say anything about this character. I think this is good, right? I think this is good. Let me see one other thing. Let's also go ahead and I don't know if people are going to complain or whatever, but let's also go ahead and do this. Let's just do a let's just do an age rule. How about we remove the I know a lot of these are legal in Japan, but let's just keep it simple for our sakes, right? Let's get rid of Shirahoshi, I think. And then how old's Carrot? And I think Moda also, right? I think this covers it. Let me know if I'm missing anyone. And I feel good with this. Oh, Bonnie's in here? The fuck? All right. All right. All right, let's do that. Getting rid of Nami? I don't think I got rid of Nami. The reason I'm doing the age thing is also just because, like, look, even if we wanted to pretend, let's pretend we're in Japan. Let's pretend it's Japan rules. The same logic would still, like, if it's a waifu tier list, Rebecca acts like a teenager. You know, like it just feels weird. Like Shiroshi acts like a child. Like it would still be at the bottom of the waifu tier list. So there's not really any point. So might as well not rank, right? But just in general, we're gonna keep it simple and let's do this. Let's because I wanna like actually treat this psychologically to some degree as legit. It's like, okay, who would be the best waifu? You know? Um, yeah. What's the deal with Big Mom? What are we doing with Big Mom? What's happening with Big Mom? Why the fuck are we not ranking Suru? Because when I think of Suru, I think of the old Suru. What we're being shown here is the young Suru. We got like one line of dialogue for the young Suru. When I'm gonna imagine Suru as like a waifu, right? I'm gonna imagine the younger version, if that makes sense. You know, I don't think that's a crazy thing to say. And we barely know the younger version. So any character that we barely know, I'm gonna put here. Big Mom is a tricky case though, because like ultimately, like we are getting the older version, but she's not like super aged and wrinkled visually like Suru is, right? So like to me that plays a factor. Like I kind of, even though I know Big Mom is like 80 years, 70 something years old, she looks more like a middle-aged woman, right? So it feels like, and this is the main version of Big Mom that we know, you know? And then this feels like like these feel like two totally different characters. Young Big Mom versus like older Big Mom. Two totally different characters. Hot version of Big Mom, same with Shaki. Yeah, I guess that follows. Yeah, I guess we do. It's just that with like with Big Mom, we just know the other version so much better. Where's Morj? I only see Law. Keep both Big Moms distinct enough. You know what? I'll do that. I'll keep both Big Moms. I'll keep both Big Moms. I think of old two straight S tier, straight to S tier. All right, I'm gonna grab another espresso real quick. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Use power scaling rules, go by prime. That's actually really funny. That's actually a decent argument. Um, it's actually a decent argument. All right. Um, Ignorant Weed, thanks for the two. Morj promised the waifu tier list for 200k subs. No, I said that this was in the past, right? This was in the past. People were like, do a waifu tier list, do a waifu tier list. I'm like, I'm not doing that. That's cringe, right? I would float. I was like, if I were to do a waifu tier list, it would be like as a reward or something, hypothetically, to like, if I get to 200k subs, I'll do the waifu tier list. I was like, I could hypothetically float that as a thing to do a last push to get to 200k. I never actually did that. I never promised waifu tier list at 200k subs. If you can find a clip of me saying that, I will apologize. All right. All right. I'm going to grab an espresso. You guys think about how we're going to be ranking these. You guys just think on it. I'll be back in a second. All right. I also picked myself up another beverage. It is officially happy hour time. All right. All right, let's get into it. Sean Easton, good to see you, man. Thanks for being a Pirate King tier member for 37 months, for over a year. Another OG. We were just talking earlier in the stream about different eras of the stream. And I think from the beginning, you've kind of been a voice of reason and advice whenever I was struggling with tech issues. Hey, Morj, for the waifu tiers, maybe having a hot, not wife material, not hot, and full package may help chat to differentiate. I don't know. That is a good idea. I think it's tricky because I personally just like, for structure, I personally prefer tier lists that have like a clear gradation, right? So like there's, it's like a spectrum rather than a bit of categorization, because like the difference between hot but not wife material and wife material but not hot, it's like which one, what's higher up on the list, you know what I mean? Drunk ranking anime women, where did it all go wrong for Morj? It all went wrong when I was late to stream. I guess like 150 times, or cumulatively 150. When I was cumulatively 2.5 hours late to streams. I think that's actually crazy to think in totality. I think as a result of over time being late to streams in total about 2.5 hours, this is where we've landed. This is where we landed. For those of you who don't know, this is a penalty stream. This is a penalty stream. I'm having to do this specifically because you guys have cashed out on points. Okay. I think, yeah, like, what do we... Okay. So... Is this a my preferences stream, or what? Like, does that make sense? Like, or is it chat's preferences? Is this my preferences or chat's preferences? I feel like it's so subjective. We can just get it out of the way and do it as my preferences, right? You're smiling through it all. It is funny now that I look at it. So, you want to get into it? Best wife, wife material, lover material, likable, dislikable. I see. Okay. I kind of like that. Like, this is not like, okay, so it's not just attractiveness, right? It's the full thing. All right, let's just get into it from the top then. All right. Do we keep these tiers? It's yours and it's subjective, but if you fuck up, we won't support you anymore. Morj trying to be slick and shift the tier list onto chat. If you guys want to vote on it, we could do that. Do you want to do a poll? We could do it with you guys voting for it, because that is how we do a lot of these tier lists, right? Slowpoke Picnic says, Yo, Morj, just joined. You seen the new Jujutsu Kaisen and Chainsaw Man trailers? Also, Kagurabachi went on a hiatus. I did see the new trailers. So what's funny is, I showed my fiance both of them, because now she's into both I love how the Reese movie kind of flipped a switch with her for Chainsaw Man, so now she likes Chainsaw Man. I don't think she loves it as much as, like, she enjoys Demon Slayer and Jujutsu Kaisen. Demon Slayer's still her favorite. But the Reese movie, like Chainsaw Man, she enjoyed season 1, fine, but I was telling her, this isn't the real Chainsaw Man. This isn't really what Chainsaw Man's like, right? So when she watched the movie, right? When I had her watch the movie, I had her watch the movie on my birthday. So when I had her watch the movie, that completely changed everything, and now she really appreciates Chainsaw Man. So now she's much more interested. So it's funny for the Chainsaw Man trailer, like, you know how usually when these anime trailers or teasers first come out, they don't have subtitles just yet, right? So I told her before it started, I was like, it's not going to have subtitles, so we're not really going to know what's going on, but just watch it. So I hit play. There's not even any fucking dialogue. So it's not even like, because it's Chainsaw Man, so they do it a little bit more abstract, right? So a little bit more mysterious of a trailer. So it's just a lot of visual sequences and not even really showing a glimpse of what the arc is really about. So to her, she's just like, what the fuck's going on? And I was like, I did say there would be no subtitles, but I didn't mean like this. I didn't mean that, there's just not going to be any dialogue, period. So, it's just the way Chainsaw Man presents itself. It's fitting. So that didn't really give her much to work with. I was like, just trust me, this is going to be a really, really good arc. For the Assassin's arc, my own opinion, I think it looks like it's going to be really, really good. I think all I ask for is if they keep up the quality that they did with the Reese movie in terms of like scene direction, visuals, etc., I'll be happy. I am a little worried that it's going to be a season and not a movie, it seems like, because I think it lends itself, I was saying earlier in chat, in stream, I feel like this arc lends itself better for faster pace. If they drag it out like they dragged out a lot of sections of season 1, it just doesn't work. Chainsaw Man works with a very fast pace. So that's a problem there, in my opinion, if it's like that. But that's the only thing I can think of. I'm still very excited for it. I hope it comes out next year. It seems like it might. Jujutsu Kaisen Season 4, again, I hope that comes out next year too. I think there's no reason it shouldn't, because it was supposed to come out this year. It's all supposed to be one season. But then they said, no, you know what? It's just Season 3 is just half of the Culling Game. Season 4 will be the next half. This is the section of the story that I know the least. I know everything that happens after this section of the story, so I'll get to watch all of these fights without much knowledge of what happens, so that'll be fun for me. I expect it to be a lot like Culling Games Part 1, and I found that fun and enjoyable. Yeah. Alright, I'll knock this out. I guess I'm gonna do this, but don't be upset if I go through it kind of quickly, and if my opinions don't line up with yours. Okay, I'll do it my way, right? How about that? Let's do this. Yeah? Yeah? Let's do that. Alright, let's get into it. And I'll just delete this for now. If we need to change, I'll change it. Yamato, just the delusion is just too. It's too. I think I would just get too upset being with her for any period of time. Not my cup of tea. Black Maria. She's just mean though, so I don't think she could ever be a wife. But obviously, there's pros and cons. Ulti, pros and cons. Lola, just not my cup of tea. Brule, no. Big Mom, no. Young Big Mom, pros and cons. Not my cup of tea. Hancock is a no. Hancock is a no. No. Uh, Marguerite has like a really nice. She's got a nice personality. She's kind, etc. Obviously attractive, but I don't think I don't think I don't think she's the type of girl that I would want to marry personally. I think there's just certain personality fits that aren't quite there for me. So put there. Um, no. Baby Five is weird with how much she wants people to uh to need her. Kaya, now I'm putting in pros and cons. Nochiko's tough. Oh, we can't rank Rouge. Toki is just too simple. Just too simple, I think, as a character. And kind of weird. She just falls for Odin like right away. I don't know. We don't really get to know the character. I'm just gonna put her in no. I don't know what to do with Nojiko. Manchury's. I don't. Not gonna rank Manchury. How old is Manchury? It's also a literal like leprechaun type creature. So just gonna put it there. We're gonna say yeah. Um ooh, Vivi. Hiyori with her genocidal tendencies, I'm gonna say no. Um this is hard. This is hard. Let's get some of the easy ones out of the way. So Alvida, no. Otohime is a no just because her skin is so fragile, like her body is so fragile, you know? Body's so fragile. Do we have Kaya twice? I think that's Kaya twice automatically. Or accidentally, sorry. Um, I think not enough information about this character. Um, I wait. What's the deal with mermaids again? What's the deal with mermaids? So like what's the deal with the legs again? Like the legs split at like when did the legs split? No, I think Aether basically said why I said no to Otahime. But I assume we're going with Vivi now, right? Not her pre-time skip age. Yeah. I don't want... That's true. Yeah, just the Fishman children aspect of it just removes her. Conus, I just think is a no. That's just not my type. I don't want to rank Shaki twice. I'm just gonna rank her once. Keep it simple. Oh, we've got Alvida again. Okay, let's rank this version of Alvida. This version of Vegapunk. Who is this? I don't know this character. Is that Sanji's mom? I feel like we don't know her well enough. I'm gonna leave her out. Shinobu irritated the fuck out of me in Wano. Both in Odin's flashback and outside of Odin's flashback. But I'll put her in pros and cons. It's not a hard no. Nojiko's difficult. Bellamere, I'm sorry, the hairstyle for Bellamere is just not doing it for me. So I'm going to say no. I'll say pros and... No, I'm going to say the hairstyle. Like, there's just not really a... That's just not my thing. Okay, the last ones remaining are the difficult ones for me. Let me go through the villains real quick. I think inherently with the villains, there's like... None of them I'm not going to put any of them in this tier. Or up. You know, so it's kind of easy with the villains. Like, just pros and cons. Pros and cons. Pros and cons, right? York I might even drop down to no. I might even drop York just straight down to no. I don't know. No, I'm gonna drop York straight down to no. Because I think her personality is like that unappealing that it cancels out, you know. Like, she's basically similar to Smoothie, but just with like a horrendous personality. Also, I think that the tipping factor is that she spends like 90% of the day shitting and eating. So it's just like, I think it's not even like a pros and cons type thing. I think it's just like a no. Other villains. Alvida, is she pros and cons? I think Miss Valentine is pros and cons. Double Fingers pros and cons. Is Alvida pros and cons? Yeah, I think Alvida's pros. Like, it's hard to say Alvida's just a no, you know? Okay, so we got the villains out of the way. No more villains. So now we're just... Now these are characters who are basically going to be in this tier or up. Zolden3410, thanks for the 5. Hey, Morj, thanks for the content. Oh, thank you. I'm happy you enjoy it, man. What's your favorite animated trilogy or franchise? Nothing touches How to Train... HTTAD? Oh, I thought that was How to Train Your Dragon, but that's... What's HTTAD? Do you mean How to Train Your Dragon or something else? Why is Charlotte Gaetan? No. I meant to put her in not ranked. Yeah, she's in not ranking. She's in not ranking. There's not enough information. I missed Ignorant Weed Super. Hold on. Does anyone agree that Ginny somehow unironically feels like top 3 girls in the story? Yeah, Ginny's a great character. If Ginny was here, she would be in Could Be Wife. Ginny would be in Could Be Wife. That's what the Celestial Dragon thought too, you know? I would put Ginny in this tier for sure. Is she on the list? Julian Reed sent Flow State for 200 jewels. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. My favorite anime... Okay, so nothing touches How to Train Your Dragon. Have high hopes for Spider-Verse. Yeah, Spider-Verse, the first 2 movies were phenomenal, right? Trilogies. I mean, like, the generic answers, like, the Toy Story trilogy is very good, but I personally don't like... I've never seen the 4th movie. My sister said it was good, so I don't know, but I've never seen it. I think that with Toy Story, right, like, I just didn't care for the 3rd movie. Watched it in theaters. Actually watched it in theaters with my sister when it came out. And yeah, it just wasn't really, I don't know. I feel like 1 and 2 were great. I think 2 is probably my favorite. 2 is my favorite. I think I've told you guys this before on stream, but Jessie's from Toy Story, her backstory sequence is low-key one of the easiest ways to make me cry. It is actually like, I don't even love Toy Story 2 as much as a movie. I think Pixar has certain, how do I explain this? For me, this is like a Pixar thing where like, there's lots of Pixar movies where I don't even like feel that deep of an attachment to the movie overall, but they have a section or segment that I think is just like, that hits me like really emotionally hard. And it makes it very hard to rate their movies, because I actually don't care for Up as a movie that much. I'm never like, oh, I feel like rewatching Up or something like that. I don't have it on one of my favorite movie lists. But obviously the first 5 minutes of Up, you know, what more needs to be said, right? Inside Out. I didn't care for most of Inside Out. I didn't dislike it. I just don't feel strong feelings about it. But the section where Bing Bong sacrifices himself made me cry on a plane. I feel like people are looking around like, what's this? Oh, he's watching a kid's movie. It's like, leave me alone right now. But I don't care for the rest of Inside Out, and it doesn't really land on my favorite movies list. Toy Story 2 I enjoy quite a bit, but the Jessie... This might be insane to say, but I think Jessie's backstory in Toy Story 2 might be the most, like, most, like, the easiest way for me to be made to cry watching a movie, just playing that backstory. I don't know what that says about me, but, you know, and I don't even care that much for the rest of Toy Story or Toy Story 2 as movies, you know, I like them fine. I'm more of a Disney animated feature type person. That's what I feel more nostalgia and connection to, like the 2D Disney animated movies, before Pixar kind of took over. I don't dislike Pixar movies, but I feel like there's a certain level of cutesiness to Pixar movies that just like Disney animated movies from the past, like they were willing to go like heavier, darker, like even just like violent in a sense. Not that kids movies need violence, but they felt more mature in a sense. But flip side is that Pixar can write sequences that just like fuck with your emotions really hard when they do decide to go dark. So, you know, apples and oranges. My preference is Disney animated. But if you were to ask me, like, give me like a few movie scenes that make you cry, several of them, like the top 5 lists would be like mostly Pixar for whatever reason. My fiance just made me watch Coco for the first time ever. Cried towards the end. That grandma made me cry. Yeah. It wasn't like heavy, but it was like a little teared up, you know? Anyway, Aladdin is a beautiful movie. Absolutely. Like when I was a kid, I think I was always between like what's my favorite Disney animated movie. I think Aladdin, I felt for a little while like, okay, maybe Aladdin's my favorite. So I remember in elementary school, maybe first grade, kindergarten, something like that, we had to do like, you had to make like a big like diorama type display. It wasn't even a diorama. You had to make like a sort of like a visual display of like your favorite animated movie or something like that. And so we did like a whole thing, like my mom obviously helped. We did like a whole arts and crafts, like I think using styrofoam or something like that thing that we created, like the castle or palace from Aladdin. So I was like, I don't know what's my favorite. Let's go with Aladdin. So Aladdin was always near my top. I think over time, my favorite. I think Aladdin's dropped for me. I think Lion King is always going to be my favorite animated movie. It just took me some time. I think like when I was a kid, I didn't realize it was my favorite movie, but my mom probably did because she probably noticed that I watched it the most. And then as I grew older, I kind of realized that like Lion King is the animated movie that mentally sticks with me the most. To me, I kind of measure every animated movie to some degree against that. I just love the Lion King. Anyway, Treasure Planet, very underrated. There's some great animated movies from that sort of period that 3D animation was taking over that go under the radar. Atlantis, another good one. I don't know when Balto came out, but Balto's not even Disney animated. I thought for a long time it was, but Balto's something, it's a different studio. Balto's fucking phenomenal. Incredibles is pretty mature for a kid's movie. Incredibles is, okay, when I say mature, I mean like, how do I say this? It's not that Pixar movies aren't mature, because they do go into very deep like they do go into very meaningful places. Like you can watch Inside Out 2. Inside Out 2, phenomenal, by the way. I think that's like, Inside Out 2, I don't know where I put that, but I think that's like genuinely like a really hard-hitting animated movie for adults. I think what I mean is that in terms of like Pixar always has a sort of cutesy edge to everything, and then it'll go into darker places, but like with Disney, if you're watching a movie like Mulan, right? It feels like you're watching a war epic from start to finish. It happens to have fun, zany musical numbers and stuff, but like when it gets down to it, you feel like when the Chinese soldiers are up against the Huns in the mountains, and like the avalanche scene, and like you see the horde of Huns approaching and everything. Like it feels like this is made for adults. It feels like I'm watching, like something very, not Lord of the Rings-esque or whatever, but like it feels very different, do you know what I mean? I don't get that sense. Like when I'm watching The Lion King, which again I'm biased, it's my favorite animated movie, but The Lion King is the story about like the rise and fall, like no, the fall and rise of a kingdom, the collapse and return of a monarchy, right? Like the order of succession, a coming of age, like a prince to an outcast to a king, right? Like coming of age story that spans, so many years, right? Like it's this grand sort of, and like it's got, patricide, murder, etc. It's got like this mythic feel to it when like Simba's literally talking to his father from the heavens. Everything about it feels very grand, majestic. Even the montage sequences when Simba's running back home, it feels very like larger than life. Like it's some sort of grand mythic story that's being presented, and it just happens to be around talking lions, right? But you could flip that for, I mean, I know a lot of people are like, oh, it's based off of Hamlet or whatever, but like that kind of goes to what I'm talking about, right? Like it is this great Shakespearean tragedy just for an animated format, right? Pixar movies are generally going to be like more so along the lines of like, what if a rat wanted to be a chef? Cute, right? Like they get deep ideas out of it, right? But the feel of Pixar movies is generally a bit more like light and bubbly, and then they go dark, like they go heavy, and that's where, things are a bit different. Like, what if toys were alive and could talk and experienced emotions, right? What if your emotions were individuals, right? And like, how would they interact as you're hitting puberty, right? Like, there's just generally a very different feel to Pixar movies, whereas I think like Disney movies would go for something, older school Disney movies would often go for something a little bit more grandiose, a little bit more overarching, like an overarchingly serious feel, if that makes sense. Not all of them. Like, you can watch Hercules and be like, this is fucking Hercules doing fun, zany shit as he trains to become a hero or whatever. And it's like, it's not deep or whatever. But then you can watch something like Bambi, and Bambi has, like, you can watch sequences from Bambi that are just like very, very real heavy, like suspenseful, tense moments. Bambi's mother being shot, even just like the fucking quails flying into the sky. If anybody remembers that scene from Bambi, there's certain ways that Disney animated movies would present certain things that just have a seriousness about them that from start to finish that Pixar doesn't have, but Pixar has many other strengths that I would say Disney doesn't. So I'm not trying to say one's better than the other. It's just a difference in feel, you know? Hunchback. Oh my god, Fox and the Hound. Fox and the Hound, you can't even, like, Fox and the Hound is too far in one direction even. Like, I've talked about this on stream before. Fox and the Hound is the most fucking depressing kids movie ever. Like, it is such a fucking good movie because it kind of just gets at the reality of life in a brutal way. It is fucking tragic. Like, at the end, they can't be friends. At the end, they can't, like, that's the end of the story. At the end, they can't be friends. Like, society doesn't let them. Like, society in the sense of, you know, the nature of their species or whatever, but it speaks to some realities that people experience in society. It is a crazy dark movie. It's so good, but I never want to rewatch it. I never fucking like rewatching Fox and the Hound. Anyway. Kung Fu Panda is good. Oh yeah, Kung Fu Panda. That's where this started. Best animated movie trilogies. I don't care for the third Kung Fu Panda movie too much. I think it's fine. I haven't seen the third How to Train Your Dragon. So if you ask me best animated movie trilogy, maybe I'd say Kung Fu Panda. Let me look some up. Okay. Best animated movie trilogies. I think a lot of animated movies are able to get out two good ones, and then I think the third is kind of I think the third is a little bit rougher. Toy Story would be an exception, but I just don't like the third Toy Story movie as much as other people. Animated movie trilogies. Let's see. I've never seen the Lego movies. Yeah, How to Train Your Dragon, I've only seen the first two. Like, if I had to pick one, I guess I'd pick Toy Story. I think I would lean... I don't love the third Kung Fu Panda movie that much. I don't love the third... Toy Story movies are probably better than the Kung Fu Panda movies overall, but if you're like, what's preference? I think I would lead Kung Fu Panda. I still like Toy Story 3 better than Kung Fu Panda 3. But I think I overall just enjoy the Kung Fu Panda world and characters a bit more than the Toy Story world and characters. I love Toy Story. Again, gun to my head, you're like, Morj, movie scene that makes you cry. I'd be like, Jesse from Toy Story 2. So, but that doesn't reflect my overall feelings towards the movie. Anyway. Shrek, yeah, I like Shrek 1 and 2 quite a bit. Madagascar! Done. Over with. Madagascar. This might be the stupidest thing. I fucking love the 3 Madagascar movies, and I think they actually get better as it goes on. I love the Madagascar movies so fucking much. The characters are so fucking funny. They're so fucking funny. Like, I know the Madagascar movies aren't better than the Toy Story movies. They're not even better than like the Kung Fu Panda movies or like the Shrek movies or something. But you're asking personal preference? Where like every single movie in the trilogy, I genuinely enjoy the shit out of, and I'd be happy to watch again. Last year I just rewatched Madagascar: Europe's Most Wanted because I find it fun. It's funny. To me, the Madagascar movies are comedy first. They're not that much depth and substance. They got a little bit, but not that much. To me, they're comedy first. They're just fun. I love watching like the little world of animals and like all the different interactions that they have. They've all just got little different vibes and like gags and stuff and different dynamics. I love the Madagascar movies. I got it. That's it. Again, not saying it's better than Toy Story movies, not saying it's better than the Kung Fu Panda movies, but in terms of genuinely enjoying each one, like as a trilogy, I think that's the only animated trilogy where it's like, I like each one of these movies. Yeah, you know? Okay, let's get this out of the way. We're still on this. All right, let's get this out of the way. Nojiko could be wife. I think I don't know with Nojiko would it be the best personality fit? Because I know myself, you know? I know myself, like, I'm treating this kind of seriously to some degree. So, I just don't know if it would be the best personality fit. Because I know what I like in a partner. And I know where points of sort of like where there can be some abrasion or whatever. Like in my experience, like a lot of what makes a relationship work isn't just like do you two click on a good so like it's hard to explain. It's like how do all the like little moments go and like the little sort of preferences and like how do personalities potentially clash in certain spots that you'd be surprised, you know? I'm gonna go ahead and put Nojiko in pros and cons. I don't think that um I don't think nah could Nojiko be wife? I don't know. I don't know. Let me put some easier ones. Hina, Tashigi, Koala, Shaki. Bella Betty, I feel like I don't know well enough. I'd say Bella Betty pros and cons. I need to hear Bella Betty talk more, if that makes sense. Because like right now, her main thing is like she's really good at pumping people up and stuff like that. Um, I feel like I could move Nojiko up. I'll move Nojiko up. I think I'd have to reread Arlong Park because I don't remember as well with Nojiko as yeah, as I feel like I could. Bella Betty, I don't know with Bella Betty. Bella Betty would obviously do wonders for your like general like just pumping you up and everything like that. I think Stussy would be good. Viola, I think sincerely, I'd have to go back to Dressrosa because the problem is we saw Viola in a different light before and after. You know, so like this image of her is like the initial like manipulative Viola and everything like that, but then she changes quite a bit afterwards. I'll put Viola here. Bella Betty, I think I just don't have a good read on. We only really got half a chapter out of her. Did he really talk about my Ginny super? I did. I said that Ginny I would put in could be wife for sure. As long as Stussy doesn't betray me and turns out to be like a quadruple agent. I don't know what to do with Bella Betty. Like, just need more out of her. Because the only time we really saw her is her like chanting to the. I'm gonna put in not ranking. Not enough information. Not ranking. The only time we really saw her was her like pumping up like a bunch of random strangers. So like, I need to see her in some scenes with interacting with other characters. Yeah, I think this is uh yeah, I think this is my list. I think this is my list. Um as you can probably tell, the list was basically it was a done deal from the beginning, right? Like it's always gonna go with Robin. Done deal from the beginning. But these are all characters who I think would also um work well. I would this is not ordered, but these are all characters that I think would also work well. These are characters like a lot of the villain characters just automatically like a lot of the let's say attractive villain characters just automatically go here because it's like well I don't think that I could marry you at the end of the day because your personality is terrible, but like I'll acknowledge there's pros in terms of basic physical attraction and stuff. And then I put some protagonist figures like Nami, who I think just I don't think that I could Uh, I want to move Perona up. No, I think Perona is a little bit too bratty and spoiled, now that I think about it. And I remember her, like, getting mad at Mihawk and, like, claiming that she did all of the chores and stuff like that when that wasn't actually the case. I think that wouldn't go over well, you know? It's got to be fair and balanced. Um, yeah. Nami, I love Nami as a character. There have been times that I've put her in, like, my top 3 favorites. There have been times that, as a character, I rank her above Robin. Like, in terms of my favorite Straw Hat rankings. But, at the same time, that doesn't necessarily mean that I think, Nami would be a scary woman to be married to. I would say that. And, you know, I want things to be more relaxed, generally more easygoing. We're nice to each other, generally patient with each other. That would be my preference. So I think I got to remove Nami from contention there. Yeah, this is my list. All right, we got that out of the way. We're done. We got the hard one out of the way. There we go. Andrew Anami says pros and cons is more just one night stand tier. All right. All right, calm down. Maybe there's some truth to that. It's insane how defensive people are about waifus as opposed to so many topics that you've done on stream. I haven't really been reading chat outside of the supers, so I don't know how upset people are getting over this one. Genuinely, one of the things that okay, so if we were to look at my list again, for me, genuinely, one of the things that I do value the most is, like, being able to, like, how to explain? Like, being able to talk more, I don't know, like, I guess topics that I would find interesting, I guess. So, like, Robin, one of the biggest things is that she's a very, deep character, but she is very interested in history and books and things like that, right? Like, not that I read a ton of books, but I would, you have compliments and everything like that. Like, characters complement each other. I would like to read books. So I feel like if there'd be a lot of depth and general things to talk about, like, wouldn't get bored. Would always find conversation interesting. She'd always be able to teach me something. She a wise character. I appreciate, like, wisdom a lot. Like, my fiance is very emotionally intelligent, and she often has perspectives on life that I don't. I really appreciate that a lot. And yeah, Robin just is a very level-headed type individual, right? Like, a lot of One Piece characters are written, like, they're not the most deep characters in terms of, like, how they talk or think. So, like, a lot of One Piece characters don't really fit my idea of, like, ideal waifu or something like that. But, like, I like Kai. Like, Kai's gonna be a doctor. I like that, Reiju ranks high for me because I felt throughout Whole Cake Island she had a very big picture sort of view. She was very emotionally intelligent, but also very generally intelligent, and was often a voice of reason, maturity. Showed a lot of different sides of her, and then she's obviously got a sexier side as well that was showing up much earlier on, etc. Vivi, very generally empowering, emotionally intelligent, mature character, etc. I think that's what I generally like quite a bit. Not everybody in this tier is that, because that's not the only thing that I care about, but those are values that I care about and I know mesh well with me. I also know that a character like, let's say, Nami, I would probably just clash. I don't think I would do well with a partner who snaps a lot, and is kind of impatient, and also somebody who, like, Nami is generally not interested in a lot of the more fun, zany things. She kind of is like the opposite end of the spectrum of like, this is kind of dumb, or why are you guys interested in that, etc. Right? I don't think I would do well having that sort of energy around all the time, you know? Yeah, Tashigi is a character as well who is very like I love the nerdy enthusiasm that she has about swords and the earnestness that she has about her morals. That is cool to me. Like, you know, you would fight with Nami 24/7. People might be surprised to hear this because, you know, you see me on streams and like my general persona, and I think I'm like this in real life too to some degree. Like, I like being somewhat you know, direct. I like to argue. I like to be confrontational in some ways, right? But in a relationship, I like that to be my peace. So I don't want that to be a space where like we're having to fight or like little like I don't enjoy butting heads in that context. In that context, I want things to be peaceful, happy, where we can feel de-stressed, you know? Um, be patient with one another, try and give each other a lot of grace. That's what I value a lot because that's different. Like, there's a difference between how I want to be, like, to the outside world versus how I want to be at home. You know, those are two very different things. So that's very valuable to me. So, you know, certain One Piece characters that are not like I don't think of Nami as a character that's going to bring me a lot of peace, if that makes sense. Yeah, Nami is way too grounded. She doesn't have whimsy. So there's a lot of aspects. Like, I can really like and respect Nami as a character, but I also know that like I would not deal with well with that whatsoever. Cookie Mario, thanks for the 5. This is the only time he's allowed to ignore super chats. He's locked in an inflow state. Thanks for giving me the benefit of that. Thank you. Monkey556 says, what I don't like about Robin is that she isn't energetic, remains quiet most of the time, keeps her feelings private, and she would constantly keep joking about dark and worst case scenarios. I like those jokes. I like those jokes. I make those jokes as well. But I agree in the sense that like I feel like post time skip Robin and pre time skip Robin, I view them as almost two different characters. Post time skip Robin is just a little too mellow to me in that like pre time skip, it was so different in the sense that pre time skip, like almost everything Robin would say was something interesting or like a curious sort of different perspective or a new way of looking at things. Like either she was revealing some interesting information or she was providing a new interesting perspective or a new angle or more open-minded way to think about things, right? I don't like post time skip, I don't feel that as much. I feel like a lot of her dialogue is more generic and she's more just mellow and in the background and chilling. You know, that is just what I feel, but like I still feel like there is that character underneath, so that's what I'm counting in that regard. She's quiet because she's surrounded by too many idiots. Yeah, I agree with what you're saying, Mookie. Last thing is I'm also introverted, so I like having some level of alone space, and I think that Nami would, or not Nami, Robin would give that, so that's good. But I don't need too much alone space, if that makes sense. Like, I think introvert extrovert compatibility is also important to some degree. So there is also the uh, the potential, you know, incompatibility of like if you have two people who are too introverted. Uh, I've never been in a yeah, I've never actually had that dynamic. I wonder if that's just like an inherent thing. I would say like yeah, I don't know. I think you need like somebody who wants to bring a bit more energy and somebody who's a bit more. I mean, that doesn't apply to everybody. I'm sure there's extrovert couples that work really well and introvert couples. But I think in my experience, I need somebody who is more extroverted than I am. So I think that might be the one catch with Robin. Do you have an example of BTW to back it up, or a specific Robin pre-time skip posting giving a new perspective? I would go back to generally the what do you call, the whole Skypiea saga, because like Luffy and Usopp and them are very excited about going to the sky. Nami's like, this isn't possible. But Robin, part of it is she just knows more about the world. But it's also like what she's saying isn't inherently common knowledge, because it turns out that most people are like, no, Sky Islands, it doesn't make any sense. But Robin comes at it from the perspective of like, no, this is entirely possible. It's doubtful that the log post is lying. And she provides that sort of viewpoint that essentially kicks off the entire Skypiea storyline. And then as we kind of progress through Sky Island, like I've noticed it because, again, my fiance last she was watching One Piece, she was in Skypiea. Whereas the rest of the Strats are more like in the moment characters, like Zora's like, I'm gonna swing on this vine and like, oh, like what's happening here or whatever, and Nami's trying to figure out like logically why is this island like this map connects to this and stuff like that. Like, where are we? She's trying to create schematics and stuff. They're trying to figure out the power system. I found that Robin had a lot more, like, you can look at her conversation with Gonfall. You can look at, like, just how she talks about the concept of preserving history. She has, it feels like a bit more bigger picture and abstract thinking. You know, like, you can look back at certain conversations, especially through the Skypiea arc, and it's clear that, like, she's less of an in-the-moment, like, character like the Straw Hats, and more of, like, what does this mean? Or, like, what more could I learn from this? Like, it's just a very different approach to the rest of the crew. And I think that was one of the reasons that Robin was such a refreshing addition to the crew. Robin's Achilles heel as a waifu would be having Saul as an in-law, because he should be dead. Yeah, I guess that's an Achilles heel. All right. Continuing on. Hold on. What other tier list do you guys want to do? We did the waifu tier list. Can I do a Soprano? I'm gonna do Sopranos tier list in the meantime. We are in the home stretch, the last hour, and this actually flew by. This sincerely flew by. Thought 5 hours would feel like a lot, but we've got an hour and a half and some change to go. So now I can officially do some random stuff, you know? I feel like I have license to do so. We doing the dudes now, right? We're doing the Sopranos, which is mostly dudes. So I guess that applies. What was I thinking? What was it? Fuck, I lost my train of thought. Is this enough characters? Yeah, that's whatever. Oh, Better Call Saul. That's what I'm on to next. So I just started doing Better Call Saul. Do a Mad Men tier list? I could do a Mad Men tier list of characters as well. Mad Men I'm a little less familiar with than The Sopranos, because I did just recently rewatch it, but the earlier seasons I didn't watch, and then I was trailing off towards the end as well. So the tail end of season 7, I was kind of just putting those episodes on at a point where like, I was really tired, zoned out, just to have something on TV. I watched most of the early seasons of Mad Men when I was younger, in high school, and then I kind of dropped the show at a certain point, and then I picked up a lot of those later seasons recently, and then that led me to trying out The Sopranos. My 2 next shows that I'm watching, so again, Better Call Saul, and then I'm gonna try Dark. So no spoilers for that, please. Can I do a Breaking Bad tier list? Sure. Sure, I could do a Breaking Bad tier list. I feel like Breaking Bad is such a special show to me that like I put it on quite a pedestal. So it's hard for me to almost like go back and like compare. Like, I loved The Sopranos, and I'm like, is The Soprano, do I like it more than Breaking Bad? I don't know. Because Breaking Bad has, like, an emotional hold on me at this point, so it's, like, hard to even, I just remember it as so good. But I loved this show as well. So, we'll do a Breaking Bad tier list after this. Yeah, we'll do a quick Sopranos character tier list. All right? Oh, man, these are all good characters, though. Adriana became an amazing character later. Artie I always thought was solid. Oh, Bobby Bacala, great character. Paulie, great. Ah, man. These could all be S tier characters. Who the fuck is this? Oh, is this Carlo? I might be misremembering. I'm not gonna rank this guy. Carmela was, for me, like a B tier character for a long time until season 4, and then she became. You know what? I can't put these characters in the same tier as Carmela. Season 4, she became an S tier character. Easy S. Like, genuinely, like, maybe the best single scene acting performance that I've seen. I might be too recency biased, but it's possible that this best single scene acting performance that I've ever seen in any movie or TV show might be, I think her name's Eddie Falco, in season 4 Whitecaps. Like, that is her breakdown with Tony. That was insane. I finished The Sopranos. NBA tier list. Any NBA tier list I do right now is going to be so bad. It's going to be so bad because I just have not watched enough. So I'm going to have a lot of takes that are just going to be terrible. But I'm excited about the NBA again now. So next season I will be watching. So next season you can expect some more NBA tier lists from me. The shit with Carmela and Furio still feels random. To me, I think they just needed a character for her to start having this sort of, these sort of fantasies with, like, like get her near the point of cheating, right? And Furio was the simplest pick because it can't be any of the other guys in Tony's crew. Like, why would she go for a Paulie or a Sylvia or something? And it had to be a character that they could effectively remove from the show without changing too much. So Furio made sense. Like, I don't know if that was the initial plan with Furio's character, but it was just like, we need this to happen with her and somebody. I think the one part of that whole dynamic that didn't make the most sense to me is, like, why is Furio into Carmela? Does that make sense? Like, it's easy to understand why Carmela would be into Furio. She is, like, a character who has been made to feel very disrespected in her marriage, just is looking for an outlet, and then you got this dude coming into the house every single day that she's having conversations with by, like, one-on-one for periods of time every single day. And it helps that the dude is also, like, a badass mafia soldier or whatever, right? So it makes total sense why Carmela would fall for Furio. It's not exactly Stockholm Syndrome, but it's kind of just like, he's the only dude aside from Tony that she regularly interacts with who doesn't treat her like shit. It never made sense to me why Furio was into Carmela, because Carmela was never shown to have any sort of, like, likable qualities in general, I don't think. So I think that was the tricky part. But still, led to it absolutely phenomenal scene. And her performance in Whitecaps is, like, the best acting performance that I can think of in recent memory. It's kind of crazy. Yeah, the scene of her and Tony, I don't care about giving Sopranos spoilers, but that scene of her and Tony breaking up is one of the greatest scenes of all time. It is just, like, in terms of a scene that is purely relational drama, so it's not something crazy like, oh, a character's gonna get shot or killed or something, like purely relational drama, like the collapse of a husband and wife's marriage. That is, like, the best, like, one of, if not the best scenes that I've ever seen, We can do some other tier list. Let me get this one off for my own fun, and then we could do some more. Jackie Jr. Did not like that character, but he served his purpose. Richie Aprile, great character. Dr. Melfi, I think goes here. Richie might go here. I don't know. I'll put Richie here. Meadow, annoying at points, served her purpose. I'll put her here. Oh, Patsy was a good character. Patsy was a good character. He was just randomly a good character. I don't know if he belongs in the same tier as these characters, but he was real solid. Maybe he's here, but I just really enjoyed Patsy by the end. See, I liked Gloria. Johnny Sack, S tier character. Junior, S tier character. I did not like the mom. I didn't care for her. I felt like that whole plot line was kind of like just something that, because The Sopranos was initially planned to only be one season. So I feel like trying to tie all of Tony's issues to his mom, like that works for a one season thing. I just don't. I think that was not the best for the long term. Janice falls here. Phenomenal character, Ralph Cifaretto. Chris, top tier. Silvio, I fucking love Silvio. Even though he's so one-dimensional. Fury is like fine. Phil is solid. Like fine. Serves her purpose. I didn't think much of Tony B. Kind of random. Carmine is actually a solid character for what little time he's got in the show. Vito, fine. I think his plotline really dragged for me. Tony, obviously yes. I can't rank this guy. Yeah, I don't think there's any real like D tier characters. Maybe some of these. I think there could be another row here that I could do and split up some of these characters. Yeah. I think I would, if I were to make an SS tier, I would put Tony and Christopher in SS. I think that's what I would do. I would split this up a bit more. I'd put Tony and Christopher in SS. Because they just belong in a different tier than a lot of these characters, you know? To me, Carmela is carried by her her season 4 storyline quite a bit. Let's do this. Tony, Christopher. Shit. Do I move Adriana up one? I think I need more tiers. I won't spend too much time on this. Chainsaw Man waifu tier list would be hilarious. Maybe we'll make that another goal, but Chainsaw Man, fuck, I am in the mood right now. No, because all the Chainsaw Man waifus would want to kill you, so it doesn't work. It's very rare for one to not want to kill you. Tony B also came out of nowhere. So that's what I was feeling while watching it, but I was like, it's The Sopranos, and everybody, like, I was trying to convince myself that it was, like, good, but I didn't really feel much for the whole Tony B plotline. And then when I eventually, like, followed up, like, trying to see what opinions were on, you know, Reddit and discussion threads and, like, YouTube videos and stuff, I was, like, pleasantly surprised to see, like, an overwhelming chorus of, like, what the fuck was Steve Buscemi even doing on that show? Tony B's storyline was so rushed. Yeah. You could see how much Tony becomes like his mom, especially in the later seasons. I agree. I think I'll just still never enjoy Olivia's character herself. And I think, like, I think a lot of Tony's story... No, like, the mom was important to his story, but it kind of became, like, almost cliche to a little bit after a point. Well, I guess it was back in the 2000s, so this stuff was a little less explored. But, like, when they kept going back to the mom being the source of this, the mom being the source, like, in season 6B, when, like, you know, it just felt a little played out, I think, where you could kind of, like, we got the picture and we can kind of explore Tony as his own person at this point, to me. Olivia is one of the most evil characters ever. Yeah. I mean, so is Tony, though. You're not Denji. Yeah. What were my thoughts on The Sopranos ending? Did I get spoiled before I saw it? I knew not even from right now. I knew from like way back, because like the Sopranos ending made like a big splash when it first came out, and it was a very talked about show. So I knew from like years and years and years ago that like this show, The Sopranos, that I didn't really know what it was. I didn't even know what The Sopranos was about when I used to hear about it in the 2000s, right? It doesn't sound like it's a mafia show, you know? I knew that the ending is considered very abrupt and that it's like referred to as like the restaurant scene or whatever. And that people are like really upset because they don't know what happened. So I knew that. I didn't know exactly how it plays out, but I already had heard about this and the controversial ending. It was one of the reasons, actually, low key, that I didn't want to get into The Sopranos for some time. In retrospect, that's such a silly reason because The Sopranos is not like a show like, Breaking Bad or Game of Thrones, where it's about like the long running plot threads. The Sopranos, in my opinion, like the way it all ends doesn't really matter as much, you know? It's, I don't know, like the meat of The Sopranos is just in the day to day, you know? So, with that in mind, I was silly to even worry about The Sopranos' ending because the ending doesn't really matter that much, okay? Now, when I saw the ending, at first, even for me, who had I kind of had a heads up that this is going to be an abrupt ending, even for me, with that prior knowledge, I was like, are you serious? Like, what? That was like abrupt. Like, but because I had the prior knowledge that this was something that was coming, I think people generally they're going to experience the shock first and then like confusion and then have time to think about it and reflect or whatever, right? Because for me, I kind of had some of the shock and confusion already like neutered, right? I was less thrown by it, you know? So I was able to kind of be like, I kind of got to shift into the theorizing mode right away. And so then it felt like, okay, this is an open to interpretation ending. I already kind of knew that. So it did, like, I did get to kind of enjoy it more as like, oh, it's ambiguous. Did Tony die or not? You know? Whereas I think if I knew nothing at all, I would have just felt confused and I would have had to go and look up like different theories that people had as to what happened right there, you know? But because I already had the heads up that it's gonna end abruptly, then I could go right into like, okay, so like what does the ending mean? Like what happens from here? Does he just not want to show it? Or does Tony get clipped right here? Right? Like, and I think most of the interpretations that I saw later fit my preferred interpretation, which is Tony does get clipped right then. It fits so many of the ideas that were dropped earlier in the season. Even in that episode, they flash back to like, oh, they say you don't even hear it when it happens and stuff. So with that in mind, I think the Sopranos ending is like the coolest ending to a TV show that I've seen. But I think that partly because I had the absolute shock and like confusion part taken out for it for me. So if I'd seen it blind without any prior knowledge, maybe I wouldn't feel the same way about the ending. But because I knew it's going to be a bit more polarizing, controversial, avant-garde type ending, I was able to approach it with that mentality going into it, like be prepared for something that's open to interpretation. I think it's similar to, like, I was told that Fire Punch is a very controversial ending. If I'd gotten to the end of Fire Punch and not gotten that heads up, then I think I might have felt more upset with the way things played out. But because I knew that it's going to go down some sort of route that like really burns a lot of what's been built up so far, but like gives way to something more ambiguous, right? Like I kind of knew that we're heading for something that's kind of really crazy and out there. I was able to enjoy the story more knowing that I should I think when you know that you should not expect a non-traditional ending, it fundamentally makes it more enjoyable going in because you already are aware that you shouldn't get too attached to some of the plot elements and characters that you're getting, right? So you're able to feel a little bit of distance from it as the ending is approaching. And so then you're able to go into the more like abstract sort of, oh shit. I'm streaming, man.
Oh, my bad.
Sorry, bro. No worries. Chad, you want to say hi to Jay? Jay, you want to say something?
Oh, what's up, Chad?
All right.
I don't know what you're streaming. If you stream One Piece, don't spoil it.
It's no, I'm not gonna. There's no chapter today. There's nothing to spoil. I will hit you right after this. I got one more hour. One more hour.
All right, say no more.
Yeah.
Say no more. All right, I got
Talk to you later, man.
Bye.
Yeah, you guys might know that guy. It's JD Legend. I messaged him about something earlier today, so I have to follow up on that. Just 5-hour stream started. Anyway, yeah, I think just when you know that to expect a non-traditional ending, it lets you get in the mindset of like not caring as much about how the plot and characters' fate plays out, but rather like what are the ideas going to be? What's the like you're more open to something really out there, you know? I felt the same like 2 endings. Fire Punch ending, I didn't have it spoiled what happens, but I was told that it's controversial and polarizing. So already I'm thinking, okay, kind of wacky Fujimoto-esque ending, right? So I'm prepared going in. I'm not super attached to certain characters and plot lines, right? So I'm more open to the abstract nature of the ending, right? Similarly, what is it? JoJo's part 6. JoJo's part 6. I knew that the ending is very controversial heading in, and so I was more like, I wasn't like, oh my god, they reset the whole thing, like yada yada, like they threw it all away. Instead, I was like, I was excited. I was like, whoa, this is going crazy. This is going universal. They're resetting the universe. This is awesome, you know? Let's get Streamlabs up to 150 real quick. Let's get Streamlabs up to 150. Morj gonna be like, that counts as the collab stream. As someone who read Fire Punch entirely through its serialization, I loved the ending when it came out, lol. I don't know like how I would have reacted. I might have really enjoyed it as well, but I'm just never gonna know, you know? Just never gonna know. Do you watch The Boys? So like I felt like The Boys was really good in season 1. I really, really loved season 1. I thought season 2 was fine. I didn't love season 2. I was like, this is fine. And then I didn't really bother watching the seasons afterwards. And then I found out later on that most people consider season 1 and 2 of The Boys to be the golden age, and then everything after is progressively worse. And from my perspective, it was like, well, I already thought that season 2 was a fall off from season 1. So I feel like my opinion of season 3, 4, and 5, etc. would have been worse. Morj, have you read the Red Rising series? No, but so fun fact. So my sister is a big fan of it, and interestingly enough, my sister's a big fan, and the artist of One Dream Studio that we work with, he's a big fan of it, and he was kind of recommending that recently. Morj, decorate those walls. You're not in prison. Damn. I've got all these posters that I got to put up on the walls. I got to do it soon. I've just been putting it off. My bad. I think my thing with The Boys that I realized was that, like, in season 1, I thought that the dialogue and the writing and the scenes were always phenomenal when it focused on the superheroes, like the Supes, the 7, right? I always thought those scenes were really riveting. And I always thought, like, even from season 1, that all the scenes with the boys were, like, dumb as fuck. Like, not dumb as fuck. Not that's an exaggeration, but like, I never really got behind any of the boys, like the group of the boys' character. I did not find them to be compelling characters. I found them to be pretty generic, like kind of caricatures, or like just stuff you've seen all before. I thought the main, what's his name, Butcher. I thought Butcher was the one interesting part of that about that. So he was always entertaining on screen. But generally the boys I did not find to be entertaining as a group. Starlight, didn't find her to be particularly interesting character either. But the scenes with the 7 and the Supes and their interpersonal dynamics, that was always really interesting to me. I feel like season 2 that problem felt exacerbated to me. And like, I know that people are like, oh, too many people watch The Boys just for Homelander, but it's like, at a certain point, Homelander kind of became the, like, it's not as people idolize Homelander. He's obviously bad. Like, maybe some people do, but he's obviously bad, right? We get it. But those felt like the only truly riveting scenes in The Boys for me at a certain point, which is like, this Homelander character, it's just interesting to see him, how he attempts to manage his public face, his own insecurities, how he interacts with the employees, how he acts in private, right? Like the acting performance and the spectrum of what we got out of that character, and just the unpredictability of how he might act, and kind of the suspense that was there in every scene with him. Like, there was an inherent sense of suspense with every scene in Homelander because you don't know how far he's gonna go. That really is the draw for the show, I think, past a certain point. And I don't think it's good for a show when at a certain point, like, the only thing that's entertaining about it is, like, how crazy is this villain gonna act, you know? That's my... Never getting to watch Soldier Boy is crazy. I think I've seen clips of him, so I get that he's a very popular character as well. But I don't know. Thand Oma Washa 4712. Thanks for joining the Supernova. They present it as thank you very much for the support. Yeah, appreciate it. Also, let's get Streamlabs up to 150 real quick. They present it as life and death situations type of show, and throughout all those numerous seasons, all of the main characters are alive and well. Yeah. Yeah. I think you gotta be, like, the only thing with me about that with The Boys is that, like, these aren't, like, so many of these characters are killable. You know, like, to me, out of the main characters, besides Butcher and Huey, just kill him. Who gives a fuck? Like, these aren't the most compelling and unique characters in the world. Kill the girl that doesn't even talk. Why not? What's wrong with that? She doesn't even have a word of dialogue, but you can't kill her. Like, I don't get it. Have I watched Code Geass or Monster? I've watched the first season of Code Geass, but this was when I was a lot younger. I didn't enjoy, like, the big reset that happens at the end of season 1 of Code Geass. Like, it's a hard reset. I would have probably, like, it just killed my momentum to want to continue on to watch it for season 2. So I kind of generally know the ending. I'm not super motivated to watch it again. Monster, I've heard is better as a manga, but again, I'm not the most motivated to read that, because I've heard from some people that the ending is not satisfying for that either. Did I do today's One Piece still? I can try that. Hold on. I will also do a tier list of chat's choice, because I just did the Sopranos tier list. So we can do a tier list of your guys' choice after this. All right. Classic. No, I'm not good at guessing the names. Let's do classic. All right. Guess today's One Piece character. Type any character to begin. Okay. Okay. So I'm wrong on everything. Monster's ending is amazing. Okay, maybe I misheard. It's just one person's opinion. Okay, so affiliation is wrong. Okay, the only thing I got right is that it's a dude. So the height is supposed to be higher, bounty, and they've got a bounty. So height is higher. And all of these things are wrong. Okay, well, I learned a lot from... Wait, let me go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Let me go to the bathroom real quick. Best JoJo part? 7. Not a super creative answer, but I think 7's the best. I'm interested in where 9's at now, though, but no spoilers, please. All right. Hello. Can we get a Saul Robin reunion episode reaction stream as a late point punishment? No. No, we can't do that. We simply cannot do that. That's not happening. All right, let's do the One Piece duel. Let's do the One Piece duel. Okay. So not in the Revolutionaries. No Devil Fruit. That's big. No hockey. But do they count the dragon has hockey? Okay. And they're tall. Let's try. No hockey. Tall. Let's try Dory. Let's just try this. Let's try this. Oh, that was a bad guess. Wait, actually, I'm still confused about the hockey point. Like, it means incorrect. Okay. Because does this thing rate Dragon and Dory as having hockey, even though it's not confirmed? Okay, so it's someone who's tall but not giant tall, right? Someone who's tall but not giant tall. I think I don't understand the hockey part. Because I don't know if it rates, because Dragon and Dory don't have confirmed hockey. And it's saying that these characters don't have man, I fucked up. Okay. So this character does have a devil fruit. This character does have a devil fruit, right? Okay, so let's do a marine. Let's do Aokiji. Maybe I'm completely misunderstanding this right now. Okay, so partial. Okay. I see. So it's rating these characters as having no hockey. Aokiji has a bounty though. I guess it's not technically a real bounty. Okay, so it's I'm doing this very poorly. So taller than this. Okay, partial. So they've got observation and they've got armament. They've got observation, they've got armament, so they've also got conquerors. Okay. So let's try Doflamingo. Oh wait, no, the first arc is earlier. Yeah, Doflamingo. Let's try Doflamingo. Oh! Alright! Good shit. Alright. That was really good. T-Jam! Oh no. Ancrust995, thanks for being a Pirate King tier member for 34 months, man. Almost 3 years. Holy shit. Any updates on when you'll start Elden Ring? Also, did you watch Backrooms? And if so, what are your thoughts? Okay. When I'll start Elden Ring, probably... I need a window. I've been working... This last 6-month stretch has been just insane. I've not worked like this since COVID. It has been insane. Because I'm not just doing the YouTube channel. I mentioned earlier, there's a law firm marketing agency that we're slowly scaling at the moment. So insane workload at the moment. When I get a bit of a break, I'll be able to do Elden Ring. I was hoping it would be the start of this year, but things take more time. Did I watch Backrooms? No. What are people's opinions on the Backrooms? Because I'd be down to I'd be down to watch the Backrooms because just watched Obsession in theaters and that was great. So is Backrooms as good? The thing is, so Backrooms is like, I think from how I understand it, I feel like the general concept of the Backrooms is similar to my generation's Slender Man. Because when I was in like high school, Slender Man was like this internet the viral internet like scary concept that's going around. You know, like, do you know what I mean? People who are from my age range might remember that. And it's just like, oh, like, you know, in strange areas, remote areas, you might see the Slender Man walking around or whatever. And then my vague understanding is that for like younger people, this concept of the back rooms, like, oh, like accidentally finding the back rooms is like this scary concept that got popularized on the internet. And now they made a movie out of it. Yeah, I loved Obsession, but is Backrooms like that level, or is it just like a good horror movie? Either way, I might be down to watch it, but I'm just curious. Um, TGM78, thanks for upgrading your membership to Yonko, so you now get access to all previous Morjcasts. They come out every Tuesday, and it basically have all the stuff that I did not get time to cover in the video. So yeah, look forward to this next Tuesday's video, because you also get the accompanying Morjcast with it. Technically, Aokiji's bounty is still being calculated according to his Vivre card. Okay, interesting. It's still being calculated by the world government. That's really interesting. Because normally they don't take that much time to calculate. Obsession, I would definitely recommend watching in theaters because it's not just about the big screen experience. It's a movie where you will also enjoy the rest of your theater's reactions. That's like a big fun part. Like, it is very uncomfortable at points, and just being in a room full of like, there are literally points where I'm like, I don't know if I want to be here. Like, not like literally I wanted to leave, but I wanted to kind of like look, like, it was damn uncomfortable at points, and you could feel that energy in the room. Like, oh my god, like this is happening. Oh my god, this isn't right. Like, this is uncomfortable. You know, Morj rocking the law fit. What's the last time? It's the last time. Do you think Gunko is dying in this arc, says Bubble Bass? I don't see her continuing beyond. She's been used by the Celestial Dragons for so long. How could you even live with that? I don't know, because it might be one of those things where, like, Oda wants to give her a good chance at, like, a second life or something, and so she gets Brooke, you know, like, as a companion. Oda could go for that. I feel like, I've said this before, I feel like generally the characters that Oda is okay with killing off are characters who have kind of, they're like deeply at peace with their life, or like, or already have been are already at the natural end of their lifespan or something like that. Like, you know what I mean? Like a Whitebeard or a Pedro, right? Like, even Ace, who was killed early, he's a character who he says, I've had no regrets. All I wanted was, you know, to be loved or whatever. Thank you for loving me. He died with a smile. He died happy. You know, like, he kind of fulfilled what the missing hole in his heart, you know? Gunko, I mean, I guess we'll get an elaboration as we see more of Shuri's story and how Gunko feels today, but it really feels like she was robbed of everything and has just been made to suffer ever since she was a teenager as a slave. So I don't know if Oda would give her that dark of a backstory. Like, the character I feel like Oda would be more likely to kill would be Brooke. But Brooke has to meet Laboon. You know, like, Brooke is a character that fits a lot of the criteria of characters Oda is okay with killing, in the sense that Brooke has already lived a full life, straight up. He's lived a full life. He has had many memories, many adventures, etc., many friends. This is kind of like just bonus time, you know? This is just bonus time. He's like already dead. He's halfway in the grave, but he does still have to meet Laboon to check that off. I feel like after Brooke meets Laboon, it's possible that Oda could put him on the chalking block. But I don't know. Haven't been to a theater since The Trash Awakens? Since The Force Awakens, really? That is crazy. You know what's funny? I first watched The Force Awakens in theaters with my dad, and I think we both came away from it feeling like it was an enjoyable movie. It didn't feel the same as the old Star Wars, but it was an enjoyable movie. And a part of it is because Disney just replayed a lot of the same beats that seemed to work for A New Hope. but just with a new spin on it, etc., right? So The Force Awakens was kind of like, okay, I'm interested to see what they do with this, right? Then the next movie came out, and then that not only ruined a lot of people's faith in the story going forward, it retroactively made people like more like, okay, A Force Awakens fucking sucked and is just like a carbon copy ripoff. People didn't like Rey anymore, etc. And then I didn't personally even watch Rise of Skywalker, so I have no opinions on that. If the contract is broken, does she age up, or could Emu just kill her for defying him like Saturn? I don't know if Emu can just kill her like that, like he did with Saturn. That might just apply to the deep sea contract level characters, you know, like the fifth, like the third layer contracts. But yeah, I feel like she would just naturally age up, right? I don't know. TJM says, have you read Berserk? I am caught up to where Miura passed away. I read like 2 chapters of Mori, and then no Berserk up till this latest chapter. This latest chapter had so much buzz that I did check it out. I mentioned this a little bit earlier on stream. I talked about it. I just have no investment at this point in Berserk now, because to me Miura passed away and that was the end of it. I think this is an interesting development. It's supposedly what Miura really wanted, right? And something that he was planning for. I don't love it, but I can't even... for me, I don't have like a critique of it. I was talking about this earlier on stream. I don't have like a hardcore critique of it. If you love this reveal and you think it's so perfect for Guts' character, that's great. For me, it's personal preference stuff. I think I just never enjoy stories where it's like the hero is the only one who can defeat the villain because of insert random luck or chance thing. That just makes them special. I know Guts isn't the chosen one or magically powerful in any other way, but he is also, with this reveal, basically established to be, through chance, through the circumstances of his birth, he just has, you know, potentially the means to combat Griffith or something like that. I personally prefer stories where, like, the character doesn't just have, like, some super fortuitous, like, lottery that they've won in some way that equips them to specifically be able to defeat the villain, right? Like, this isn't the same. Like, the simplest way I would say it is the situation right now with Berserk and Griffith is it might sound weird, but the closest comparison would be Harry Potter. The closest comparison would be Harry Potter. Reason being, Harry is not special in any way other than purely, like, he doesn't have special powers. I guess he can also speak parcel tongue, I guess you want to count that. But he's not like some super powerful wizard. He doesn't have like, he's not destined or special in any other way other than like a specific quirk of the manner in which he was like him as an infant completely out of his hands positions him in a manner that, with regards to the main villain, there is an inherent connection that only he and that villain have that equips him to be a counter to the villain. Well, we don't even know the direction Guts and Griffith's thing goes, right? But it equips him in a specific way that doesn't give him extra special powers or whatever, but it makes him capable of interacting with that villain in a way that nobody else can, right? That's kind of the same situation with Guts and Griffith, just a darker, like, more Berserk twisted version, you know? Like, but, you know, it's similar. It doesn't, like, I like Harry Potter, right? This doesn't ruin Berserk for me. What ruined Berserk for me is that the storyteller passed away. That's it. It didn't ruin the story. It ended my interest in the story, right? If this is what he planned, it's not the type of stuff that I like inherently like. I just have come to accept that it's just an inherent part of storytelling that authors seem to like to go back to the well for, you know? Hero is special because of something or something or something. Even if people want to say, like, this doesn't make Guts special, it's like, but for the purposes of the plot and resolving the plot, it is like, you know, a quirk of fate that makes him equipped to do stuff that other people can't, you know, in this specific regard. I just personally always lean towards, I like stories where the hero is just of their own accord kind of like able to build up to, the level of, like, is able to do it just through their own will and volition. I think that's something I always enjoyed about Guts in Berserk. That's all. Yeah, so Luffy has the special devil fruit. Yeah, I don't like those type of things, and like it's one of those things where it's so common in storytelling that I don't even know how much to like, you know, it's so common in storytelling. It's just like, what am I going to do? Not read any stories because like every author ever seems to be obsessed with this sort of thing? I don't know. To me it's just like, okay, Guts went down this route too, you know. With Luffy, him being the destined character and everything, I'm still holding out hope that there's like some level of like, well, Luffy's gonna do something that breaks with fate or destiny or something like that, and it's not just like he's the destined hero, therefore he will do everything. But yeah, isn't Luffy the same? I don't like the idea of Luffy's story being super destined either. For me, I think like Luffy's specialness, I think to me, I kind of hit my personal preferred peak with it at the Garp dragon and stuff reveal. And I was like, I like this. I think that this is about as special as I care for Luffy to be. Beyond that, I still enjoyed seeing Luffy as this sort of underdog figure with the rubber fruit. I think one of my favorite aspects of Marineford is that Marineford really frames it around this idea that Ace is actually supposed to be this destined savior of the world. Lots of characters, both in the Marines and in the pirate world, view Ace as the natural person to get the One Piece, successor to Roger, stuff like that, yada yada. The Golden Boy. And Luffy's just this like weaker, like rubber fruit, goofy little brother that is kind of like walking in Ace's shadow. And then Ace dies, and then it's like, oh, this is interesting now. Like Luffy becomes the sort of unlikely one to then carry the torch in his wake. But now we've shifted more towards like, okay, Ace was never destined for jack shit, and like from birth, Luffy's basically been like the next coming of the god of liberation or something like that, you know? And 800 years of history, not even 800 years of history. Oda's like stacking it more and more. It's like, not even 800 years of history. This is the world's third cycle. And so over like several millennia, we've gone through several cycles all leading up to Luffy. I am still holding out on conclusions about this until we get a better understanding of how One Piece is trying to incorporate the concept of destiny and what it really means for Luffy to have the Nika fruit right now, stuff like that, what these prophecies mean. So I'm still, that's like a layer of criticism that I would have for One Piece that I'm just holding off on, right? I feel like with Berserk, we kind of just got the reveal of like, okay, what is going to be making Guts special here? It's this thing. It's a personal preference thing. I don't like that. For One Piece, and to some degree with Berserk, with One Piece, I think it fundamentally challenges a lot of the themes of the story to make Luffy a destined one, and a lot of the initial appeal of his character. But I am holding off on a lot of that till we get more information. I'm trying to be really lenient with that. With Berserk, I just don't care now. So like, if you're like, no, Morj, it's like perfectly planned, executed, etc., blah blah blah. I don't have as much of an investment in Berserk. I would have to reread the story to come back with like a really strong argument for and against. Maybe I'd reread the story and change my mind. I don't know. But I don't care for it. That's my first instinct. It's not even written by Miura, so I don't know how Miura would have done it or presented it, right? Probably similar concept, but who knows what his... supposedly Miura was wrestling with how to present this for a long time, so who knows if he would have landed on the same like interpretation or the same thing that Mori interpreted Miura's wishes to be presented as, you know? So I just don't have a lot of sentiment towards Berserk in general at this point, right? So all I can say with Berserk is just personal preference. I like stories where the main character doesn't really have anything prior that's super lucky and special about them. That's all. That's my personal preference. If you think it's thematically perfect, cool. I'm just saying my personal preference. That's all. Ender Anami says, before a direct continuation was decided, Akira Shimada, Berserk's original editor, now a higher-up at Hakusensha, was involved in the original plan to get Mori to produce a short book with illustrations that recap the ending of the story, which I honestly would have preferred. I think I'm cool with this version, because I think, like, I feel like if I was I think what helps is that I'm not I was never a diehard Berserk fan in the first place. I did really enjoy the story, but I was never a diehard fan. If, let's say, God forbid, something were to happen and Oda was no longer able to continue One Piece, I think I would prefer someone picking up his notes and, like, trying to work with what is known for the rest of the story and trying to create a continuation out of that. And I think I, as a diehard One Piece fan, would still read that. I know I would still read that, even if it doesn't feel the same anymore. And I know it's not the true original vision, because the true vision can only be in Oda's head. I would still read that, and I would rather that than, like, a visual summary of how the story ended. Because I would like to at least feel like a sort of fake pretend feeling that I'm still getting to read the story, even if I know inside that it's not the true version, you know? So I feel like if you're a diehard Berserk fan, I think this is the better option. But I was never that, so for me, once Mira passed away, I kind of just mentally checked out, you know? Anihime Noe, thanks for the 10. I'm pretty sure Luffy isn't even Joy Boy's direct descendant, so it's still fine. I'm assuming he's a descendant of one of Joy Boy's crewmates, though, hence the D initial standing for the Dawn Pirates. I don't know, because, like, so then that would mean that Luffy's the descendant of a D, like a monkey D from Joy Boy's era, right? So, like, that would mean that Joy Boy was there with Luffy's ancestor. I don't know. Like, was Luffy's ancestor, like, Joy Boy's first mate or something? I don't know. Destiny is also useful for Japanese authors to make their world feel planned. Readers realize ancient history affects modern events, and seemingly random details were connected all along. But if everyone's doing it, then why does it... I don't think this is a Japanese-only thing, though, right? Like, doesn't every... Like, it's almost hard to find stories that don't have this sort of destined chosen one angle, you know? Like fantasy epic type stories, you know? Luffy literally looks just like Joy Boy, and they got the old Luffy voice actor to voice Joy Boy. It seems Oda is going for Joy Boy being a lot like Luffy route. Yeah, I just don't know how I feel about that personally. But I'm not gonna critique anything till we get there, you know? Just gonna keep an open mind. Mookie says, Morj, if you read my past 3 messages, it has more insights. Let's see. Hold on. Okay, I'm seeing 2 previous messages here. It's a cultural thing. The Japanese writers often take inspiration from Buddhism, karma, cause and effect, rebirth. As a result, many stories treat events as part of a chain stretching far into the past. Shinto also encourages seeing meaning and connections, so many Japanese narratives are built around the idea that encounters are not entirely random, that people enter your life for a reason. I just don't buy that as, like, I think I hate this defense more than anything for, like, storytelling, which is like manga and anime, which is just like, oh, well, in Japanese is actually, like, really deep, because it's like, no, the same thing you're talking about, like, it's not unique to Japan, right? Like, sure, ideas of reincarnation, rebirth, karma, etc., that is more of an Eastern philosophy thing, but the general concept of the chosen one or destiny or whatever, that's in, like, a shit ton of American stories too. We were just talking about Star Wars. Fucking Luke Skywalker, I'm your father, most iconic moment in Western, most iconic quote in Western cinema, period, right? Like, this is very common in storytelling in general. I don't think it matters if it's East, West, you know, you can look into Hindu mythology, Hindu stories, etc. Like, it's just, to me, it's just lazy storytelling period, no matter how you package it up, because it's done. If everybody else is doing the same thing, then like, what, you're just saying the same messaging over and over? I don't know. Lazy storytelling is an unfair way to phrase it. Lazy storytelling is not how I'd like to phrase it, but it's not. I would just rather not get into the what I view as the BS of like, oh well, even though all cultures do this same trope, in this culture we should just give it a pass because of this, you know, religious significance or something. It's like, no, it's just call a spade a spade. It's like authors go for the chosen one trope because what they think readers will like it, or it's been done a million times before and it seems to work, or whatever, right? Like it's just easy, you know? It's just easy. That's what it feels like. That's not to say that obviously Miura's not an amazing writer. Oda's not an amazing writer, but it's kind of just like, it is a little frustrating to see like every amazing writer still, or almost every amazing writer still gravitate towards the same general concept. Fine, Anakin was the chosen one, but Luke was the protagonist who brought balance to the Force in the end. I mean, you could argue Anakin brought balance to the Force, yada yada. Either way, Anakin was a chosen one, correct? And then Luke was his, like, it's the same thing. Fine. There's a chosen one is the point, right? There's a chosen one is the point. Star Wars also in general, lots of ideas of cycles, right? Balance, yada yada, right? Like, it's not, this isn't mind-blowingly different stuff, right? Lord of the Rings, Aragon, son of Isildur, Destiny, Prophecy, blah, 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 blah. Tagashi, please don't do this. I mean, Gon is the son of Jing, who's the descendant of, like, fucking Dawn Freaks, who's probably the oldest and strongest and most important hunter out there, right? Like, Gon is also a Nepo baby, and his best friend is another Nepo baby, which is Killua, right? Like, you know, like, I'm like, what's wrong with a character? Like, I'm not saying Hisoka should be the protagonist, but I'm like, what's wrong with just writing a story with a protagonist with the background like Hisoka, who's just a dude, you know? Like, why not? I just don't get the why. I just don't get the why. Virgil Hawkins says, I think it's less that it's easy and more that these authors find this concept interesting. Yeah, and I guess my take is just that when the concept is done in every single story, then, like, when does it stop being interesting? I don't think that I personally have ever read a story and been like, okay, the story is not as interesting unless this character is the chosen one or the son of someone special or something like that. I personally prefer it the other way. That's a preference, you know? Tornado says, all stories are destiny coded fundamentally because they're planned by a creator, the author, so I don't really mind it. To me, that's a lazy response, because that's just like, okay, well, you're taking something that's technically true and then pulling it to a really far direction, which is then like, therefore, it's always interesting when the character is a destined one, because really isn't everything destined? It's just like, that's like a very reductive way of looking at it, in my opinion. I'd rather a Nepo than a chosen one. I do also lean more towards Nepo than chosen one if I had to pick one of the two, but I think those two things go a little bit hand. They're not the same. They don't go hand in hand like that, but like, why can't it just be a normal person? The reason I think like I find it frustrating is just because I usually like stories where I can feel like a connection. Like, I like stories where a lot of like some level of, you know, like these fantasy stories where we've got a hero who goes on a hero's journey, etc., right? You kind of want to resonate with the hero's journey. I feel like it becomes a little bit harder for me to resonate with the hero's journey when it's like, okay, but this guy's a hero partly because he won a lottery ticket from birth. You know? Like, that to me is just a little bit harder to resonate with personally, and it changes something fundamentally about how I view this hero's journey. So, you know, like, I prefer stories where the person is not inherently special from, like, circumstances of their birth or whatever. Maybe they won the genetic lottery or something like that in that sense, and they're just born with like a lot of intelligence and willpower or something. So like everybody's okay with destiny to some degree, so you're right in that sense. But I think then I'd say that that's where I draw the line. Like I want a character who is very capable or like capable of great things, but not because they're descended from someone special and not because like there's some magic aspect that just makes them inherently special from the get-go. So I guess it's a preference thing. That's where I draw the line. And I just don't get why it has to be the case all the time. Virgil Hawkins is saying, I'm not saying it's good or bad, more of an explanation. Yeah, I could agree with that. Mookie says, Morj thinks we're telling him you should like it when we're just giving insights to different perspectives, lol. I mean, I don't think that's where you were coming from, Mookie, in this sense, because, like, I get kind of where you're coming from, but, like, framing it as, like, well, it's this Japanese thing. It's like, no, it's not, because it's an oral storytelling. I think that's what I was pushing back on, because, like, it makes it sound like I should appreciate it more, in a sense, you know? Because it's Japanese. I think drawing that distinction, if you were giving a broader sort of view on, like, why authors in general might be drawn to this or something, but kind of trying to clarify, like, well, with the Japanese, there's this special aspect to it. It's like, no, it's not, because, like, it's standard. Every culture is doing this. It's just, it's easy for storytelling is what it seems to be, you know? Morj, you say this, but wait until you find out that both your parents are Pulitzer Prize-winning authors and award-winning directors. That would be crazy. I mean, Hollywood has a lot of Nepo babies, right? Tornado says, Morj, do you believe in free will or is everything predetermined? I mean, everything's predetermined because, like, we are all basically, like, in real life, everything's predetermined, right? Because, I mean, it goes to some degree of, like, it goes to some degree of thinking, like, you might have a different view on how consciousness works. It ultimately comes down to how you view consciousness working, but if you do view it as basically, like, a natural consequence of just how the atoms of your brain are arranged, right? Then, like, yeah, it's just all, everything's predetermined, unless you want to get into, like, quantum shit, right, where there is now room for uncertainty. But, like, in theory, unless there's some other special force that's associated with consciousness, because that's ultimately what free will is tied to, right? And consciousness can kind of break from the bounds of, like, just predetermined how these array of atoms basically fall like dominoes from the start of the universe to the end, right? That's the only angle that I would see as, like, an argument if you feel like consciousness somehow breaks from that, you know? But I don't personally view that as being the case in real life. But at the same time, in terms of in storytelling, you're not looking for the exact same sort of black and white, like, real, like, storytelling. You're looking for something different, right? Like, you're looking for things to move you, to inspire you, to resonate with you. And so in storytelling, the idea of free will is very moving, right? Similarly in life, like, even if, like, from a really, like, 1,000-foot view, like 1,000-meter view or something like that, you can be like, yeah, everything seems to be predetermined because, like, atoms came out of the Big Bang in a certain configuration, and then naturally the reactions are all going to play out in exactly the way that they would, right? That still doesn't change how you view life, like how you can view your real life and how you go about life. In life, you like to feel like you have a sense of self-determination, control, like, because I make these choices, these things happen, right? Unless a story is trying to get really deep into the context of, like, what is the meaning of free will, determinism, right? Stuff like that. Then I could appreciate, like, takes on, like, the destined one and things like that, right? But most of these stories don't do that. The standard story is just going to be about, this guy's special. Destiny, free will, like it's very, you know what I mean? Like unless something's actually getting very deep, sci-fi, existential or whatever. But that's not One Piece. That's not even Berserk. You know, like so to me that doesn't really apply. You know, I kind of view determinism as pointless as Virgil Hawkins. Yeah, it's kind of like you can view it as objectively very possibly likely, but it doesn't really play into how you would ever approach life itself, you know? Because you can get in arguments like, well, if you set aside religion, then morality is, there's no such thing as objective morality, right? But that doesn't mean that you want to read stories. That doesn't mean that in life you just live without any sense of morality, right? And that doesn't mean that when you read stories, you want to read stories where, like, there's just no morality, you know? So those are two different things, I would say. The quantum uncertainty does not apply to macroscopical objects like the brain. I think what I'm not talking about the free will argument right there. I'm saying in terms of like everything being predetermined, right? If like, how to explain this? If quantum uncertainty, whatever, like plays a big role in the mechanics of the universe, then like lots of different things are potentially branching out or happening or not happening at any given time, right? So that also is not entirely related to free will, but it does take out the general concept of determinism to some degree. Now, I'm not the most informed person in the world by any means on quantum physics, so if somebody wants to explain that in more detail in chat, I'd be happy to learn something. But from my understanding, quantum stuff is like the only area that there's room for, like scientifically, a lot of room for uncertainty in terms of how things play out in the universe. It's like the only challenge, scientifically speaking, to the idea of determinism. Maybe there's more, maybe there's not. Green Tornado X says, you could live with no morality, but just follow the law for simplicity and ease. Yeah, that's a thing too. Are you watching the World Cup, says TJM? No, I am not. I feel like I should be. I feel like this would be a good time to get into soccer, but I think I need a team to root for, and I don't want to root for the US. You know? Like, frankly, I don't want to root for the US. So I would like a team to root for. I guess I could root for Messi, because people like rooting for Messi. I don't know. Like, I could root for Argentina, I guess. But I think I would need a team to root for. Yeah, I think that's what because like usually when the World Cups have happened before, maybe I'll go to like a watch party or something like that just to see how, the finale or whatever. That's basically it, but I have very little investment in what's happening. Slick Ricky 769 says, do you want to root for the winning team or underdog? I'm usually... Okay. When I know nothing about a sport and I'm just tuning in, then often I want to root for the underdog. Okay? So when I know nothing, then I often want to root for the underdog. When I know more like as a default, when I know more information, then that changes for me, because then I might be more invested in the story of like, like a great player, a great team that like I might really like or something, and it's finally their chance to win a championship. I would probably root for them over an underdog or something that's just like happy to be there, for example, right? Like a team or player that overperformed, and really like just getting to the finals of a competition just means a lot to them or whatever, right? Like versus another player that really like is trying to get the monkey off their back or something like that, right? Like that's kind of been my experience with tennis, with watching a little bit of esports, with watching basketball. It changes when I don't like the player or I don't like the team. That's when it changes, and then I'm like, I'm fucking rooting for the underdog. So yeah, I think that's I'm not a hardcore either way, like underdog versus like versus like winning team slash player hardliner. It depends on the context. I would also add like part of it for me is kind of like if two teams make it to the World Cup, I would kind of want to know the stories a little bit. Like if one team's been really dominant and won multiple times, or like the players there are assholes or something, that would matter more. I don't know. Japan. I should root for Japan. Watch the Ado times Team Japan trailer they have for the World Cup. It's sick. They basically have the Japan team versus anime monsters. Didn't Japan do really well recently in like... Was it the last World Cup? Or was it... I swear there was a World Cup that... Or there was like a huge... like soccer... like international competition that happened in the last few years where Japan like really overperformed. I forget what exactly it was. England or Japan? I think I'd root for Japan more, but I feel like Japan doesn't have... I imagine that Japan doesn't have a shot at winning. So I think I would also personally... like, I don't want to follow an underdog team that really doesn't have a shot at winning, because then I know I'm eventually going to be met with disappointment. I would rather there be a realistic chance of them making it all the way there. Unless I'm wrong, maybe does Japan have a chance of making it all the way? Anahime Noe, thanks for the 10. Off topic, but seeing that the original voice actor for Luffy is voicing Joy Boy, will Zoro and Nami's original voice actors voice Joy Boy's closest crewmates as well? That OVA has Void Sentry vibes. I have no fucking idea. I feel like that would be going too far if it's just like the Straw Hats or carbon copies of like the Dawn Pirates or whatever we want to say. So I would hope not. I would hope that they're original characters. I don't care that much about football, says Virgil Hawkins, but I just want to see South Africa lose. Oh my god. England has a chance and they're an underdog. I don't know if I want to vote for England, though. Like, root for England. Like, I feel like... How to explain this? I feel like I view the UK in general as like... I think... like, because I don't know anything about football, right? I don't know anything about the general scope of things. So I think in that regard, I want an underdog that's not just an underdog in terms of like their level of play, but also like it should feel like an underdog country to some degree. So like I don't want to root for the US, for example, because I'm like I don't feel particularly patriotic at the moment, and I feel like it'd be shitty if we won the World Cup of all things, which we don't really even give a fuck about, right? Obviously, the UK cares a lot about the World Cup, but put it in that tier of like really fucking like countries where I don't know. I think it would mean more to Japan. No, I don't know about it. I mean, Japan's not like some third world country. Obviously, it's like one of the most developed countries in the world. But like, I don't know. It just I feel like rooting for the UK feels like rooting for like the posh, like fancy country that did once have everybody in the world as well. That's ancient history because Japan did some not so good stuff in the past either. But I don't know. Like it just feels weird for me rooting for the UK. I don't know about that. I think I need something different. I think I'm gonna just cross off. Like there feels something a little bit more wholesome to me for rooting for like a South American country or something like that. I don't know. Virgil Hawkins says, I'm from the UK and I have difficulty rooting for England because of all the racist fans. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, maybe I'll root for the Japanese team. Hold on. Okay, never mind. Morj, root for Argentina. Messi is the GOAT and they're defending the title. So I think last year, last time, I knew very little about World Cup, obviously, but I think last time I did root for Messi and Argentina. I barely knew what was going on, but I did, like, I was like, oh, I do want Messi to win or whatever, because from my understanding, and you can correct me if I'm wrong or whatever, from my understanding of football at that point in time, Messi was basically almost clearly the best player of all time, but he had this sort of missing piece from his, from his mantle. And like that was always going to be held against him, despite the fact that he was the best, right? Best to ever do it. So for me, it kind of feels like I want a player who is like, I want them to get what it feels like they deserve. You know what I mean? Like, it's the same way. I was never the biggest Novak Djokovic fan, but I knew that he deserved, like, he wanted to complete his career by getting the Olympic gold, And I wanted him to get that because he is the best ever and he just does deserve it, Steph I was a big fan of, so it's not really the same thing, but like I wanted Steph and the Warriors to get that. I wanted Steph to win that finals MVP, even though the Warriors had won many times before already, and you could say that Steph is already showered with achievements. The fact is that, like, as great as Steph was, there was so much discourse and criticism around him because he'd never won a finals MVP before, and it was like it was under it. I knew that in the long run it would lead to like people underrating how good this player is, and I just didn't feel like that was right. Like, I wanted his resume to reflect how good he actually was. I think part of me just wants like fair, like an accurate representation of how good you are, kind of, like I want players to get what they deserve in a sense. So I knew that this was something big. Everyone held against Messi for a long time. So I was happy when I saw that he checked that off and it was just like career complete. He did it. He's the GOAT. It felt kind of like, even me who knew very little about football, it felt kind of satisfying to just know that that was checked off. Now it feels like, well, what more does he want? Like, he's already considered the GOAT. He is synonymous with that in soccer. I know that there's still lots of Ronaldo fans, but I feel like the Messi wave has kind of overtaken that. I might be wrong. Maybe I'm not into football as much to know that for sure, but from everything I see in the discussions that I'm aware of, it's kind of like a generally shut case by most people. Like, from my understanding, the Messi Ronaldo argument is basically like a LeBron Kobe discussion, which is like Kobe's always going to have his backers, but most sane basketball fans have LeBron over Kobe at this point, Might be wrong. I might be speaking without knowing anything. Maybe Messi Ronaldo is a perfectly even discussion. I don't know. But yeah, to me it's just like Argentina already won, right? So like Messi's career already cemented forever. He's already the GOAT. It's gonna, like what now it's just an embarrassment of riches. And so it's like, what more? And then Argentina, the team and the nation got to enjoy winning 4 years ago. So now I'm like, okay, maybe now it's time to share the love, share it around. I don't know. Messi was like Leo DiCaprio without the Oscar. To me, it's not quite the same because I don't think Leonardo DiCaprio is like... He's like a very good actor. I don't think he's like... I think if he never won the Oscar, it would be like fine. Because he's a dude who like literally like... He was begging for it. And he like put in role after role where he's just trying really hard to get it. And it's just like, dude, there's just like better acting performances almost every time. Like... I think a better comparison might have been like Al Pacino went a long time without winning the Oscar, and it's like, no, he should have won it for this role or this role, like The Godfather Part 2. Like, there's a lot of points where he could have won an Oscar. Leo DiCaprio, I feel like they were just like, here, damn, like I don't actually I don't think Leonardo DiCaprio is anywhere close to like the best actors of all time. So to me, it doesn't feel like the same thing. It just feels like To me, it was more of a almost embarrassing thing, which is like, dude tries so hard to get that Oscar. Like, he puts himself in role after role that is Oscar bait. And then if he still didn't get it by the end of his career, it would just be more so of an embarrassment than anything. That's my opinion. I don't think he's like a bad actor. I just don't think he's like anywhere close to. I think there's many a movie where like there's a co-star that's a better actor than him, you know? And that's just within his own movies, you know, like not even comparing to like you know, the Gary Oldmans or the Daniel Day-Lewises of the world or whatever. Pele is the other GOAT that Messi is compared to. Yeah, but the thing is, like, Pele is so far back. Like, Jordan to LeBron, like, what? Let's see. Pele prime years. What was it, like the 50s or some shit? Yeah. Like, it's so far back, it's almost like, that's like comparing to Wilt. And it's just like, you know, sure. Pele and Messi, but it's just like, Plumbers, Fireman era. Like, it's like so far back it almost doesn't even feel like it like no one's gonna be upset if you're like Pele's the GOAT or whatever. Pele, however you ever say it. But at the same time, it feels like in the relevant era, it feels like Messi's the GOAT. Like relevant as in more modern era, right? So like I think a lot of people might be perfectly fine saying that. The Jordan LeBron thing, it's closer in the same span of time. Like Jordan finished playing the year that LeBron was drafted. And on top of that, like most people feel like modern NBA basketball is like 80s or 90s onwards, you know? Pele is like Bill Russell. Yeah, it's like if somebody comes out and is like, I think Bill Russell is the greatest of all time because of 11 rings, everybody will be kind of like, sure, that's like a fair argument. But like, no one fucking watched Bill Russell. Like, no one cares as much. Like, there's not as much investment in that. You know, it's like, all right, well, like, you know, like, no one's going to say it's a bad argument. Everyone's going to be like, yeah, if you have Bill Russell as the GOAT, that's entirely reasonable, you know? It's just, there's not much to say about it. There's not even much to discuss or debate because it's just like, well, either you think that era was too old and therefore doesn't matter, or you think competition's competition and therefore he is the GOAT. It's just like a very black and white sort of thing. So it's like, you know. Ender says old bad, new good. It's just, it's more like we don't have the like there's not even that much to really compare at that point. So it's like, okay, if you say that, then that is, there's nothing else to really discuss, you know. 2001: A Space Odyssey is Morj's favorite film. Yeah, that was like 1968. 69? 68. What even is the movie about? I've only seen the opening scene, LMAO. The first time I put on 2001: A Space Odyssey, I quit early because the opening scene is fucking orchestral music for a long time. Nothing. It's just orchestral music for a long time. And then I almost quit again when I got to the apes. And like the ape scene, I was just like, I'm fucking losing it. I watched this for the first time in high school, by the way. I should give it a rewatch. It's been a long time since I've watched it. It's been like years. Years and years. But 2001 is divided into acts, chapters, whatever you want to call it. Each act is better than the previous one, in my opinion. So it starts fucking slow as fuck, gets significantly better as it goes on. The Hand of God is peak football. I watched that. So I watched the Hand of God goal and then the goal of the century. Like, I just, YouTube recommended me those clips. I didn't know Maradona was so short. I thought that, like, learning that Maradona was so short really changed my opinion of Messi. Because, like, at first, like, for a long time, I was like, man, Messi, that's so cool that, like, his stature is much shorter than, like, most professional athletes, right? And, like, despite being so small, he's able to dominate in the sport. I was like, this is crazy. Like, that is so cool. It's an anomaly or whatever, right? But then I just found out the other day, like this week, that Maradona was even shorter. And so then for me, that was kind of like, okay, wait, never mind. So it's like being short in soccer isn't like this crazy groundbreaking thing that Messi's doing. Like the other, like one of the other 2 or 3 GOAT contenders is also the same height. So that changed my view a little bit. So now I'm less impressed about him being super short, you know? Morj, can I recommend the Chicago Bears for getting into football? If you watch Caleb Williams highlights, I think you'll love his style like Curry and then go from there. I thought we were talking about like soccer here. I thought we were talking about that type of football. Joyboy SGLS, thanks for the 5. Yo, Morj, just finished Breaking Bad for the first time and now I'm watching Better Call Saul. Same! I am 5 episodes into Better Call Saul. No spoilers, please. I know Breaking Bad is your favorite show, so who are your favorite characters / seasons? Ooh, putting out a Breaking Bad tier list. Breaking Bad, I think what's really cool, like, characters that are only around for, like, Breaking Bad characters are so big. Does that make sense? Like, the ones, it's not a huge cast, but the ones that kind of stick around a bit are, like, even the minor ones, like Badger, are so funny. And then you've got, obviously, Saul, Mike, Gus. Like, it's just got, like, all of its regulars are phenomenal characters. Let me do a quick Breaking Bad tier list. Actually, I would say I don't care that much for sub characters like oh shit. Yeah, this is a good little tier list to do. Hold on. Yeah, there's some characters who I think are fine, you know? But a lot of the regulars are really, really great. Here, I'm doing a tier list. Hold on. As we finish out the stream. Monkey with Stick, thanks for the 5. Hey, Morj, thanks for the 5-hour stream. It was my suggestion. Oh, shit! Everyone thank Monkey with Stick, because he's the one that brought you guys this. I sent you an email if you could check it out after stream. Okay, I will do that. Also, Yoru sweeps Chainsaw Man waifu. I mean, I think Asa, for me, Asa, like, if I actually had to pick a girl from Chainsaw Man, it would be Asa. I think that's close to my type, you know? Virgil Hawkins says, I think height not being such a big deal in football is why it's the world's most popular sport. I might be wrong, but I feel like height's not as big of a deal in a lot of sports outside of basketball, right? Basketball is the only sport where like it like being tall is inherently good, because I mean a lot of sports being tall is inherently good, but like basketball is the only sport where being tall is like really, really good, because it's the only sport where your goal is up there, right? Like it's way up there. It's the only sport like that, right? Like you look at other sports, everything else is eye level, right? The net is the same height for everybody, right? So get the hockey puck across the ground into the net. Get the soccer ball across the ground into the net, right? Tennis, 6-foot-ish players, 6 foot and up is beneficial, because now your goal is like, you do need to get it over something, right? So when you need to get it over something, being a little bit taller gives you more, more leverage, more angles, stuff like that, right? It does matter, but yeah, generally like basketball, it's the only, like football, right? Football, being tall is really good for some positions, but then, running backs can be short and it works, because again, like it's all straight line, right? Basketball is the only sport that's inherently catered to being tall, because when the goal is higher up, then the higher up that you physically are makes it a lot easier, right? Everything else, it's all same line. Volleyball. Sorry, volleyball. You're right. Volleyball is the next one. My bad. I don't think of volleyball intuitively. Yeah, I'm not saying that height isn't helpful. Height is helpful, especially in contact sports, because you generally have more mass to move to body people around. But it's what I'm saying is that basketball is the only sport where like it makes height like inherently, automatically like a significant boost to your ability, because it's the only one that puts the goal like physically out of reach, right? So the closer you are to that goal, like vertically, the easier the game immediately becomes for you. Everything else, height matters more so because of like how you're able to use your mass, like line of sight and stuff like that for football obviously matters too. But those are softer advantages, whereas, you know, like ultimately in terms of like closeness to completing the goal, every other sport pretty much puts you on an even level playing field, you know? It's all horizontal. Basketball is vertical. Tennis is a soft vertical situation because you got to get it over the net. And then volleyball, that's another really good point. Again, vertical because you've got a net, so you've got to get it over something. Okay. Virgil Hawkins, thanks for being a Pirate King tier member for 44 months, man. Thoughts on Better Call Saul so far, and thoughts on Sopranos? Have you finished it? Top episodes and characters. So I did do a Sopranos characters tier list earlier. Sopranos, I think I got to the end and okay, so how to explain this? I love The Sopranos. Whether or not Holly deleting this. Whether or not you know, I don't want to compare Sopranos, Breaking Bad. I think these are my two favorite shows of all time. I would have to rewatch Breaking Bad to make a point of comparison. There's things I like from one versus the other. Sopranos, loved the ensemble cast. Loved a lot of like how do I explain this? In terms of comparing the characters, I think by the end of The Sopranos, it's hard for me to even have a favorite character because the characters that started out as my favorites, I grew to despise to some degree by the end of the show, but I still respected them. Does that, like, I respected the writing around them, the acting, etc. So Tony was my favorite character from the beginning. I fucking hated Tony by the end. Like, not hated, I still wanted him to win in spots, but he just becomes such a petty, spiteful, mean, hypocritical person. It's like really frustrating to see him in scenes that are like, it's really frustrating to see him. I grow to dislike him, and I grow to wanting people to put him in his place, and it rarely happens, you know? Chris, my other candidate for favorite character from The Sopranos early on. By the end, it's just like, dude, the Adriana story, like, it just becomes so bad with Chris too. So it becomes genuinely difficult to like the Sopranos characters, a lot of them by the end, but I really love the writing around them, you know? With Breaking Bad, I still liked Walt as a character by the end. And Walt is obviously a terribly flawed, like, ultimately evil character, right? But so was Tony from the start of the show. To me, I'll always say that Walter White's story arc takes him to where Tony like Walter White at the end of the series is basically who Tony is at the beginning of the series. Walter White at the end of the series, he is an evil dude, just like Tony from the start is an evil dude. But you can sympathize in a weird way with Walt's journey and the problems that he has, and you can almost like he can almost get you to like mentally justify really terrible things that he's doing because you're seeing it all from his perspective, right? He's already like, Walt is a bad dude by the end of the story. Tony, same spot. He is a bad dude by the start of the story. But with both characters, Walt, even by the end, and Tony at the beginning, you can, like, you're seeing everything from their perspective. You're seeing, like, their conundrums. You're seeing them have moments of, like, good and, like, caring about things, like their family and their loved ones and stuff like that, and even looking out for friends, etc. You can see the moral struggles that they go through. It can make you still root for the character no matter how bad, like, they are. But with Tony, over the course of the series, that slowly stops being the case. As, like, you go further and further, and it's just like, this guy, it's like, in a weird way with TV and, like, movies and stuff, it's almost easier to forgive, like, big acts of evil. Like, oh my god, this person murdered a character. Oh my god, this person's selling drugs, right? Because these acts are kind of, like, removed from reality a little bit. But where I really grew to hate Tony, because Tony did this stuff from the beginning, where I really grew to slowly hate him is, like, every single scene he's in, with whoever he's in, he's trying to be a mean, petty asshole. Like, it's all the pettiness and just the narcissism and the hypocrisy, like, in small conversations, in small bits. It's like, why are you treating your wife like that? Like, why do you act like that towards her? Why are you acting like this towards, like, why are you trying to steal Christopher's fiance? Like, it's just every single interaction becomes just so, like, the evilness of Tony becomes, like, more real in the sense that, like, it stops being like, it's still stuff like murdering people and doing evil crime stuff, right? That's still happening. But now you start to see stuff like very real behavior that everybody in some shape or form has experienced in real life, which is just like in basic interactions with just the average person, he is being cruel for no reason. He's being petty for no reason. He's shitting on people's trust. He's like Tony's hypocrisy over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. Like, it's just so frustrating. Like by the end of Breaking Bad, I still enjoyed Walt's character. By the end of, even though I knew he's bad, right? Breaking Bad, right? By the end of The Sopranos, I despised Tony in almost every scene that he was in. It was just like, not a good father, not a good husband, not a good friend, not a good anything, right? Walt still had some elements that made, like, that, like, Walt was, like, there's this push and pull in terms of, like, I want to hate Walt, but I like Walt, and I'm rooting for Walt, but I want to hate Walt. With Tony, like, I started there and then slowly descended into, like, somebody fucking, like, when Bobby Bacala finally beat the shit out of Tony, I was like, good. But I still love Tony as a character. It's hard to explain. Like, it's complicated. Yeah, my favorite episodes of The Sopranos are probably, like, I've got several that are tied. Finale of season 2. I think it's called Funhouse. Whitecaps. Those are probably my two favorites. I love the Pine Barrens. Like, everyone loves the Pine Barrens. The more you think back on it, like, I knew people on Reddit had been talking up the Pine Barrens before I got to it. Because I saw it mentioned in an episode thread. So when I finally got to the Pine Barrens episode, I was expecting some, like, crazy dramatic episode, and instead I was like, the fuck is this shit? But then, like, you get through the episode, it's a very enjoyable episode, and I'm like, that was, like, an enjoyable episode, but why do people say it's the best? And then, once you finish The Sopranos, you can't help keep thinking about the Pine Barrens. It's such a distinct episode. It's kind of like the more time you give it, the more you realize it's just such a distinct episode. So, love that. Long-term parking. This isn't an exact rank. I'd say my two favorites are either Funhouse. I think Funhouse is the best directed episode of The Sopranos. And then I'd say Whitecaps is the best written and acted episode of The Sopranos. So, like, you can ask me my favorite on a different day. Pine Barrens is the most unique episode, right? Most unique, most just entertaining episode in a sense. Long-term parking, most devastating episode. They all have different crowns in my head. The final scene, favorite ending of a show, although I don't like the rest of the final. I think the rest of the final episode is very weak. I think the final scene is phenomenal. The second to last episode, I believe it's called Blue Comet. Phenomenal. Those are my favorites. Favorite characters. Ultimately, it is still Tony and Chris. I just despise them by the end, but I love the concepts of their characters. Walt, I still like as a character by the end. I love the concept, and I still like the character by the end, and I'm still rooting for him. Tony and Chris don't like the characters by the end, but still love the concept. And obviously that's intentional, you know? Like, it's not like the writer fucked up with writing Tony Soprano or anything like that. Taptio says, Walt at least learns to give up his ego by Granite State and Felina. Tony doesn't really get that. Yeah, like, Walt is also, like, part of it is that Tony is just in power from the beginning, and it is very, very rare in the story that he's ever put in a position where, like, he doesn't just get to be a bully. Like, that's the thing. Tony is inherently at heart a bully, and it's very rare in the story that he doesn't just get to bully people. The only times it really happens is, like, with New York and Johnny Sack and stuff like that, right? But everybody else he just bullies. Like, Walt is a character that you see go from, like, this frail, kind of downtrodden teacher who really doesn't get a lot of respect in life, and you see him, like, you can empathize with his desire to feel respected, to feel like he means something, even if it's in the most twisted way. And throughout the story, at every single juncture, anytime Walt's getting a bit too big for his britches, he gets humbled. So, like, it's a little bit easier to continue to like and root for the character. I don't want to get into debate of who's a better character between Tony Soprano or Walter White. I love both the characters as concepts, but like, who do I root for by the end of the story? I'm still to some degree rooting for Walt. Tony, I'm just like, let New York have him. Like, fuck New York. Like, fuck Phil. Phil Leotardo, obviously terrible, worse than Tony. But I'm like, if they both die in this, that's cool. Like, you know? Walt, S tier character. I think Skylar is fine. I think a lot of, I don't dislike, like, a lot of people, like, strongly dislike Skylar. I just don't find her particularly interesting, and I think a lot of it, like, there's a lot of claims about, like, sexism against Skylar, etc. I think it's more so just the fact that Skylar exists as a character who kind of, like, you want to be able to enjoy Walt's, like, criminal escapades and everything, and Skylar's, like, this normal person that's in the midst of it all that kind of, like, drags the fun of it down, which is entirely in her right, but at the same time, it doesn't make for the most, like, it doesn't make for the most enjoyable character. But she is a good character at the end of the day. Walt Jr. is fine. Hank's solid. Marie's, like, fine. Like, Marie's just, like, a placeholder. Okay, so, like, Jesse's great. Jane, I didn't like, but I can appreciate the character. Saul, S. Gus, S. Mike, S. This dude. Fuck this dude. He's good for what he is. Good for what he is. I don't remember her well enough. I think she's fine. Oh, Ted Beneke. My friend was like a joke Ted Beneke fan the entire time that Breaking Bad was going on. He like just pretended to be a huge fan of Ted Beneke. It was funny. I don't know. Who's this guy? Oh, this dude. It's too minor to really rank. Too minor to rank. I don't remember him. Hector, too minor to rank. Like, I mean, Hector, we only see him in... I mean, fine. If we want to rank him here, he's like a unique character concept. Tuco was great every time he was on screen. The brothers were great every time they were on screen. Oh! This dude. He's actually a solid. He's a solid. Gomi. Don't remember. Like, I remember the general character concepts. When they dies in the first episode, stuff like that. But not clearly enough that I want to rate him. Oh, is this Is this the final villain? I really did not care for the final villain. Huel! Huel is a great character. Kinda. Bill Burr, random-ass character, but entertaining. This dude was a solid. I feel like I need a tier for solid characters. Yeah, I think I need a tier for solid character. Nah, you know what? He can go in solid character. Okay. Here we go. Yeah, solid characters. I think that kind of makes sense, vaguely. Badger. And then, yeah, if I'm recognizing this guy right, I think this angle is weird, but this is the final villain of the story. I'm gonna give him a C. Give him a C. I did not care for the final villain of the story. Controversial, but I don't love the second half of Breaking Bad Season 5. I think it's, like, fine. But it's not, like, great to me. Better Call Saul thoughts so far. I'm missing The Sopranos quite a bit. So Better Call Saul, I'm hoping, like, heals that hole. So it's got high expectations. I'm only 5 episodes in. I'm enjoying it fine. I think, like, it's got some... I'm enjoying it fine. I think I'm waiting to see, like... It doesn't have a lot going for me just yet. I think I wouldn't be as invested if I didn't already love the Breaking Bad world. But I know that most of the good stuff is yet to come. So I'm giving it a lot of leeway. I think some scenes feel a little bit contrived. I think Saul's entire scene with Tuco in the desert feels like a joke to me. Like, it feels like such a stretch of the imagination. Like, it only works if, like, Tuco's basically, like, written like a caricature. I don't think that works really well. I think the entire finding the Kettlemans, because they were just camped right outside, I think that's just like a real big plot contrivance that it's like, oh, this sounds kind of smart, but it also is just way too coincidental to happen. So I've got a couple things that I've got like a couple gripes with that I think I wouldn't care about. I think I'm giving a pass because I know the writer is ultimately great. And I want to just let things play out, see where it goes. There's been no single character storyline that's really compelling to me so far, but I know that, they've got to cook, so I'm giving it time. Mike's storyline has kind of just started, so I'm really interested in that. And then just inherently, like, plot-wise, it's not going to be as, like, crazy plot-wise as Breaking Bad from the start, so I'm kind of waiting on that as well. But there's not any single thing that's drawing me at the moment, because character-wise, I think there's not a ton to work with just yet. And then plot-wise, there's not a ton to work with just yet. So it's really the Breaking Bad universe. It's well-directed, as Breaking Bad was. And then plot-wise, so far, there's some things that have happened. I'm like, okay, I think this is supposed to feel clever, but it doesn't. It doesn't actually come across as clever. But I have a lot of faith because I just know, I know people hold Better Call Saul in like a really high regard. A lot of people say it's better than Breaking Bad, and Breaking Bad wasn't a masterpiece right off the bat either. Yeah, a lot of people say Better Call Saul is better than Breaking Bad. So like, I'm gonna answer a couple more supers, then I gotta wrap up stream. Tiptio, thanks for the 2, man. What is your favorite Breaking Bad plot developments, Morj? I think all of season 3 and really all of season 4 was phenomenal. Just the gigantic sort of like chess game that played out between Walt, Jesse, Gus, the Walt Gale storyline, the Jesse Walt dynamics that erupted over the course of this. Gus, one of my favorite isolated episodes was Gus going down south to Mexico. That's like one of my favorite, maybe my favorite Breaking Bad episode in a way. I don't know if it's my favorite, but I just loved what like how much that fleshed out Gus's character, and that whole episode just so much suspense and tension because you just did not know where any of this is going. They're gonna fucking sell Jesse to Mexico, it seemed like for a second, but you kind of knew that that's not where that was going. Just everything that happened in season 4. The back and forth between Walt and Gus. There could not have been a better villain for Walt and Gus. Season 4 of Breaking Bad is my favorite season of television, period. Parts that stand out from earlier sections of Breaking Bad. One of my favorite scenes is like Walt and Tuco, their first encounter. And then the whole scene with Walt, Tuco, and Jesse in Tuco's Tuco's uncle's house and everything. I think that whole scene was really good. Season 5, I love the Ozymandias episode, but season 5 I felt was like a little weaker overall, personally, than the previous 2 seasons. But season 4 of Breaking Bad is still my favorite. If I were to mentally compare Sopranos and Breaking Bad real quick, I think Sopranos from season 2 onwards, I think I just really enjoy everything, and it's genuinely really hard. If you ask me to pick a favorite season of The Sopranos, I would struggle. I think the only parts that I consider a little bit weaker are season 1 and the first half of season 6, which people call 6A. I think those are the only 2 parts I'm like, I don't know about those. Everything in the middle and the finale, I think, is really, really good, and I'd love to rewatch. Breaking Bad for me, it's more like there's a hot streak in there that is like really fucking hot between season 3 to 4, and then everything else is still very good, very, very good by general TV standards. It's still great, but for me, season 3 and really season 4, it's that hot streak that I'm just like, I haven't experienced that with TV in another show just yet. So depends that's why it's hard for me to compare the 2 shows. They deliver in different ways, and Sopranos as a whole I just love. Breaking Bad as a whole I also love, but like the hot streak section is when I'm like, damn, that's like, to me, peak stuff. But yeah. Okay, Mr. Saturn Lo-Fi, thanks for the 10. Did you ever watch the Trevor Moore show? Trevor did an episode that was a 24-hour live stream, and it was worth a watch even when it falls off the rails. Good job on the stream. Thanks, man. Yeah, I'm wrapping up right here. I have not watched the Trevor Moore show. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't know Trevor Moore ever got his own show. That is awesome to hear. Trevor Moore, leading member of my favorite sketch comedy group ever, Whitest Kids You Know. Actually, Jake and Amir might have surpassed them as my favorite sketch comedy group, but growing up, Whitest Kids You Know was my favorite sketch comedy group. Yeah. Virgil Hawkins says, do you like Jimmy? Saul is like, I mean, even before getting into Breaking Bad, Saul is like these 5 characters are all like, I think at one point in the show, each one of these 5 characters rotated at one point I had one of these characters as my favorite character, you know? I love these characters. Saul is like one of the best additions to Breaking Bad. If there was any character that I'm like, okay, a spin-off show kind of would be good, it would be Saul or Gus, you know? I don't think with Jesse I could deal with the angst 24/7. Yeah. If I were to rank my favorite characters in Breaking Bad, it would be some sort of... It would be something like this, 1 through 5. Better Call Saul covers, like, over 5 years. Breaking Bad covers, like, 2 years of time. Yeah. Yeah, Breaking Bad, it's crazy to think it all happens in, like, 2 years. And really, most of it is in 1 year. Which is fucking insane. Alright, guys. Oh, got home from watching Obsession. I'm traumatized. Yeah. Jesse got a movie already. I don't feel like watching that. I mean, I don't think I feel like watching Jesse without Walt. Jesse, frankly, he's a great character, and I empathize with everything he goes through, and it's all very real and human, etc. But at a certain point, I just get tired of watching a character that's very, like, angsty and, like, just so much, you can't keep getting away with it. Like, at a certain point, I'm just like, I can't watch you for, like, I need other stuff to balance this out. I'm like, I get why you're crying. I get why you're upset. I empathize with it, but I need it in doses. I can't just follow you, you know? It's kind of like, I don't think I could watch, like, Zuko is my favorite character from Avatar: The Last Airbender. I can't watch a full season with Zuko as the fucking main character. That's for sure, you know? It's one of the other reasons, like, Berserk never became, like, my favorite series, because, like, I love Berserk, respect the shit out of it, respect the writing, like, I respect the character writing for a lot of the characters. I can't watch Guts go around being upset every single... Like, there's some memes about Berserk that are unfair, but to some degree it reflects how I feel, which is like, new chapter Berserk, Guts stares at his sword, thinks about his past, cries, peak 10 out of 10. And, like, there's some memes kind of stereotyping Berserk as that. And it's like, it's unfair because the writing is very good, but at the same time, it's kind of like, yeah, like, I don't need, like sequence number 50 in a row of, like, Guts being like, I'm going berserk. He doesn't ever literally say that, but he might as well. Like, you know, like, fucking apostles, I'm going berserk. I'm gonna kill these guys now. Do you know what they did to me and Casca and Griffith? I'm almost done, babe. 2 minutes. All right, last super. Fanta Subus, thanks for being a Yonko tier member for 13 months. You probably mentioned this before. Is no way the Defense of Wano part of that video is genuine, right? No, there's no part of that video that I would say is genuine. Unless I'm being held accountable, in which case, sure, that was a genuine, you know, that was a genuine defense. Anyway, Jesse slander LMAO. Jesse was my favorite character at different points in the series. Like, some parts are not necessarily critiquing the writing, okay? Some parts are just like, all right, you're no longer my cup of tea, basically. That's all. I'm with that with Berserk with more respect than love. Yeah, I respect the fuck out of Berserk. I can't watch Guts be upset all the time. Like, I can't watch this dude as my main character all the time, you know? That's just me. All right, everybody. Thank you for tuning in for this 5-hour stream. I hope you guys enjoyed it. It did actually kind of fly by for me, so I had a good time. Yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed. And with that, I will talk to you all later.